Good day, good afternoon, good evening everyone, this is Viper S of Viperland, and tonight should be the final night of 428 Shibuya Scramble. I don't have plans for tomorrow, so barring it tossing 5 extra chapters at us, we're playing it to completion tonight. That's just how it is. Also, hello Ramen, welcome to Viperland of the chat. So we hit a dead end, or an end, on everyone except Minorikawa, so he's who we're starting with tonight, because that's who we got. The TV news continued to report on how Mamoru Tanaka had been killed in the minivan explosion. What? What does this mean? Chiaki blinked in confusion. I mean, Hana told us herself that the van explosion was her father committing suicide, didn't she? Maybe she's smarter than you all thought. She's trying to get her dad off the hook. The only explanation I can think of, Minorikawa replied, is that Hana was lying. Yep. He scratched his head as he considered the situation. But why? Why would she lie to the people who were specifically like, we're going to drive your dad to try and commit suicide because we're loan sharks and we want infinite money from him because he owes us so much money and we're the Yakuza. Why would she have lied to those people? I can't fathom. Lizzie let out a snort. Well, it would seem Mr. Toyama had her lie in order to deceive us. Oh, I guarantee that was her own plan. There's no way Toyama thought of that plan. Not to say it's the greatest plan of all time, but that's Hana. Guaranteed. What an upstanding individual, using his own daughter to buy himself some time. I'd be willing to bet it's entirely her decision. Minorikawa wanted to yell at the guy, but he managed to hold his tongue. I like the TV point of view. The important thing was that Toyama was still alive. See if we can get a nice charred Minorikawa shot. And if he was still alive, then there was still a way to save Heaven Publishing. They'd get the current issue out on time, with a big scoop waiting in the wings for the issue after that. From there on out, it should be smooth sailing. Well, no matter, Ozu said. Seeing as Mr. Toyama isn't dead after all, we'll just wait for him here. He sat back down on the sofa. But Sagawa leaned threateningly towards Chiaki. Hey, he snarled. You sure you don't know where the guy's hiding out? Why would she know? Minorikawa hired her. As a freelancer, why would she know? I don't, Chiaki shot back. And even if I did, I'd never tell you. Say what now? I like how she's too shy to interview people on the street, but she will absolutely stand up to legit Yakuza thugs and be like, no. Screw you. He leaned in even closer just as she stood on her toes in defiance, and their foreheads collided with a dull thud. Both reeled back, clutching their heads in their hands. Just calm down, Chiaki, Minorikawa said as he began rooting through Toyama's desk. That's another just great standalone picture. Also, hello, 7th. Welcome to Viperland of the chat. How you doing tonight? For now, I'm going to look for clues as to where Toyama might have gone. You just focus on working on your article. Oh? Ozu raised an eyebrow? I was about to say, can't we just kick these guys out, but like, it's not our building. I'll say, mister, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland of the chat. Getting all cooperative all of a sudden, I see. I want to change up the plan for next month's issue, and I can't do that without the editor-in-chief's approval. What Minorikawa was actually looking for, however, was a back issue of 4-Star General Gossip. He was pretty sure the article on Osawa had been printed in the magazine's inaugural issue. Oh, so he's splitting his time. He's trying to help out Osawa and, distract thugs. If he could find that scandalous piece that the scientist had asked for, he'd also be able to get his big lead about the power balance of the world being at stake. Well, I mean, he's doing it selfishly, but he's still doing it, whatever. And if you could get that, not only would next month's issue be a sure thing, it was a good bet that sales figures would go through the roof. He found a file folder full of early materials and quickly flipped through it. It didn't take him long to find the article. Floundering Okoshi Pharmaceutical arranges marriage of political convenience. The large headline practically jumped off the page. Minorikawa quickly read over the story. The basic gist of it was this. The corporate director of Okoshi Pharmaceuticals had sacrificed his daughter in order to keep a researcher named Kenji Osawa on board. The daughter, however, had previously been dating another man. That must be what Osawa wanted him to look into, the guy his wife had been dating before they were married. It should be easy enough to just ask whoever had written the article. Norikawa's gaze jumped to the end of the piece, looking for the writing credit. The piece had been written by Toyama himself, of course. It had to be because it was their first issue with only him there at the time. Well, I guess he could have hired freelancers, but still. Hey, ain't you done yet? Sagawa yelled. Tell us where Toyama is already. Yeah, good job you guys looking too. Yeah, Norikawa thought, we're gonna need to do something about these guys. Still looking into it, he said. Just hold on. He made a show of opening and closing various desk drawers. The drawers themselves were packed with a jumbled mess of electrical and gas bills. Ugh. Noodle house delivery menus and the like. Okay, the important things. You gotta have them send nudes. Look faster, Sakawa growled. For now, we decided to better butter this guy up. Well, maybe he could mollify the guy by having some send nudes. We have to, right? I'm asking you guys as if it's a question. We're getting nudes sent. Like, that's just how we're doing. Maybe he could mollify this guy by having some noodles delivered for dinner. Hey, you guys hungry? I was thinking of ordering some soba. Man, this ain't no time for that.
Flavor experience.
Exactly. Sagawa snarled. Besides, we just had some soba anyhow. And, it was awful. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me about noodles. Sagawa launched into a shadow boxing session, as if trying to punch out the provider of his disappointing soba. Must have been some bad nudes. The guy clearly had zero capacity for sitting still. Also, hello Potions, welcome to Viperland in the chat, how you doing tonight? When Norikawa had found the back issue of the gossip he was looking for. He still needed Chiaki's article though, and she wasn't quite finished yet. He had to buy some more time. By the way, he said to Sagawa, are you familiar with SOS? SOS? The thug paused mid-jab. Yeah, SOS. I was planning on interviewing them later today. Here there's some pretty tough guys. Only one of them who'd be able to give me a fight would probably be that Aki Endo. Except as I hear it, he left the game. Ah, really now? Heard anything else interesting? Sounds like nowadays they're being run by some guy named Susumu. The name Susumu rang a bell. Those two young punks who'd been arguing after the van explosion had mentioned him. Seems like SOS is in a pretty rough state since Aki left though, Sagawa added. Norikawa didn't miss a beat. What do you mean, rough state? Also, hey Grim, how's it going tonight? Welcome to Viperland to chat. How are you doing? Hungry for noodles, yeah. Aren't you always? I mean, I just ate a little while ago, and I could have some noodles. Back in the day, they were all goody two-shoes, never shake folks down or steal or any of that stuff. Guess their founder Aki hated that sort of thing. Now that he's out, a lot of rough and tumble, hot-blooded types have been signing up with them. Oh man, sadly, it sounds like it's next year we're getting her. But hey, new Skullgirls character. And it's Erica Mendez as the voice, so like hell yeah. And it looks fun from that one trailer. Assuming it'll play similarly. A smart move is not to get involved with SOS nowadays, really. Exactly, yeah. It's better to wait a little bit than to have no plan, so it's all good. Hard to find a scarier bunch around here, when there's a lot of them together. And their main hangouts, that's at Inferno, yeah? Yeah, over in Uraharajuku, known as Urahara for short. The area east of the Japan Rail Harajuku Station, around where Takeshitadori meets Meiji Dori? There are many small clothing and accessory stores here, set up in renewed houses. Most of these shops are on the cutting edge of youth fashion, offering quirky and unique means of personal expression. I'd love to see what the quirky, unique means on the cutting edge of fashion from 2008 look like now. Man, you've been listening out in the streets. What gives? Harajuku, huh? Norikawa smiled to himself. Inferno's location had practically fallen into his lap. Yeah, it seems a smart idea to just walk into their base of operations. Suddenly, Sagawa's eyes went wide. Aha! So that's where Toyama is. Wait, nah, no way a coward like him would go to a place like that. Yeah, there's... If Toyama signs up with SOS, I don't even know. Did she put... What's on her head? I still love her massive ring. Doesn't know about Kiryu. True, but if they're still like the big bad guys on the block, he still wouldn't seek him out. Chiaki looked up from the keyboard. Look, can you please shut up? You shut up. Good. That's my phone. Minorikawa pulled his cell out of his pocket. Incoming call. It was Toyama's name on the incoming call screen. Oh. Minorikawa's heart skipped a beat. Why would you say that you... Why would you say the name? Why would you say the name out loud, you absolute buffoon? Why would you do that? Toyama, where are you? He blurted out as he picked up. Chiaki, Ozu, and Sagawa turned to look at him as one. Well... what were you thinking, faking your death like that? Even if we could fill those pages and postpone repayment, all it would do is delay the inevitable. I'd still be up to my ears in debt. So I thought if I made it look like I was dead... Oh, so it was his idea. Minorikawa let out an exasperated sigh. Well, everyone already knows you're still alive, so your little attempt at subterfuge didn't wind up buying you time. What? Toyama's hysterical squeak was painful to hear. Alright, listen up, Minorikawa said. If it's the debt you're worried about, you'll be able to pay them back real soon. Also, hey Sora, how you doing tonight? Welcome, welcome. What do you mean? I've landed a huge scoop. You could do a print run of 1 million copies and still sell out, if we can run it as an article. Toyama perked right up. Wait, you really mean it? I'll give you all the details. Just get your butt back here. Why would you... You've literally told him to come back to where there are very angry Yakuza debt collectors waiting for him. But, yeah, aren't those loan sharks there at the office right now? Fine, then I'll come to you. Tell me where you are. The two thugs crowded nearer, a predatory gleam in their eyes. And Minorikawa had a flash of inspiration. Got it, he said quickly before Toyama could respond. Miyashita Park. I'm on my way now, don't go anywhere. Ozu and Sagawa grinned at one another, then bolted out the door. Okay. Heh, Minorikawa said as their footsteps receded. Those guys took the bait. I sent them to Miyashita Park. He allowed himself a cocksure grin. Right then. So where are you really, Toyama? Oh, if he's gonna be the actual park. He's gonna be the actual freaking park. You imbecile! God damn it! I am at Miyashita Park. Why? What? Minorikawa fought the urge to pull his hair out. What the hell are you doing someplace like that? Why the hell did you tell them Miyashita Park? I thought it would be a clever ruse. Well, it wasn't. This is no time to be fighting, Chiaki butted in. Yeah, you're right, Minorikawa scowled. Anyway, Toyama, those guys are headed your way. We need you to get out of there and go someplace we can talk. Yeah, that's the other thing. Just be like, well, why don't we just reconvene here or somewhere? I can meet you there. Right, okay. They needed someplace safe and public where they could speak freely. Someplace where the staff wouldn't be overly nosy. But where? The familiar cafe. Do we want to piss off that one waitress again? She might have ended her shift by now. No, probably not. Recalling the noodle house and the menu we'd seen earlier, nothing suitable came to mind. Let Toyama decide. Obviously not C, because whatever Toyama picks is wrong. Period. Hard stop. I think we all know that. The only place that we know is the cafe, so... And I'm entertained by how awful things are with the waitress, so we're gonna go there. The familiar cafe by the station was a natural choice. Also, at this rate, aren't people leaving? Like, evacuating? He quickly described the location. Okay, Toyama said. Cafe Latrice. Got it. See you there. He hung up and Minorikawa quickly gathered his belongings. Chiaki, how's that copy coming along? Well, almost done? Just a little more, I think. Alright, bring your computer and come with me. I'll read over what you got so far. Minorikawa waited as Chiaki got ready to head to the cafe.
But I am a robot.
Hey, Sir Dude, welcome to Viperland of the chat. Yeah, not only is he not dead, he is the linchpin for this entire final chapter. Because everyone else is at a dead end. Literally everyone else is at a dead end, and we gotta play him to free somebody. As the two were heading out of the office, however, someone else opened the door. We've got 14 minutes and 57 seconds left to send to press. The writer submits to the editor submits to the designer. This is the next step in that whole handoff process. Naturally, being late for this causes quite a lot of trouble. 56, 55... A slender man with a gaudy necktie entered the room and sat down on the nearest desk, staring fixedly at his pocket watch. Minorikawa narrowed his eyes dubiously. The hell are you? Oh yeah. Boop boop boop. At some point we could have another triple O boop, 000. Always make sure to show up 15 minutes ahead of the appointed time. That's just common decency. The man gave no indication he'd even heard Minorikawa's question. Suppose I can wait here, he continued, just for another 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Mr. Mino? Is this guy talking about a submission? Yeah. Chiaki stared doubtfully at the newcomer. Hey, you, Minorikawa asked. Are you from the printer? But the man did not reply. Don't ignore me, are you from the printer? Still the man remained silent. Minorikawa was furious. Look, cut the crap, he roared. In response, the man quietly reached into his suit pocket and pulled out his business card. My name is not Hey You. It would have helped if you introduced yourself, though, like... He handed the card to Minorikawa. It read, Cho Nippon Printing Co., Limited, Sales Department, Division 1, Koichiro Katayama. I am Koichiro Katayama, newly assigned to Heaven Publishing. A pleasure to meet you. My predecessor is in the hospital due to a car accident. Sachiho Usui, 39 years old, single, a long-time veteran at Cho Nippon Printing. Rather timid by nature. The strain of dealing with publishers makes him sick to his stomach. At around 1:10 p.m. earlier today, while driving to meet with one of the clients, he had to swerve to avoid a young man and woman who darted into the street. Oh no! He crashed into the car next to him and ended up in the hospital. Oh no! That was our doing. Cool. Whoops. I mean, but that was story. Like, that wasn't bad end. That was how it had to go. He should make a complete recovery in about 2 months. Oh, we done messed him up. Well, what are you doing here, Katayama? Minorikawa asked. I thought we had until 8 o'clock to complete proofreading. 8 o'clock? Surely you must be joking. Our company's proofing deadline is 5:30. Katayama stared fixedly back at Minorikawa. Now that had to be a joke. I heard from the editor-in-chief that it was 8 o'clock. I take that to mean then that you don't have any copy for us. It's not that we don't have it. For the sake of Tokyo. Yeah, you know. It's weird that, like, it's so much later on. Also, hello, Unwise Guy. Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? Like, usually you see the ramifications of your decisions fairly closely, but I guess we're not supposed to change it. That's a set thing. It's just not finished yet. Just hold on until 8. Katayama raised an eyebrow. No. Publisher and printer need to work in concert. Perhaps my predecessor was the sort to delay the proofing deadline owing to your circumstances here. But now I'm in charge, and I do not make exceptions. The proofing deadline is 5:30, sharp, and I intend to keep it that way. And while we've been having this discussion, you're down to 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Katayama held out his pocket watch as if to emphasize the point. That's ridiculous, Norikawa exclaimed. Just who the hell do you think you are? You guys are going to be printing a paper that I wrote. Do you even know how lucky that makes you? Yeah. So just wait, okay? Just give us till 8 o'clock. 3 more days. Give us till what? 8 o'clock seems the obvious one, even though he already said he's not going to do it. So maybe that makes C obvious, like the right choice? I feel like B is clearly out of there, unless we're just trying to goad him on and bargain, I guess. Yeah, A or C seem the logical ones. I'm leaning C, but I'm not really confident about that. Really not confident about it. I'm gonna try out C, see where it leads us. Just give us till we're done. Until you're done? And when might that be, I wonder? Katayama's tone was dubious. I said, till we're done, when Horikawa snapped, and I mean till we're done. Katayama thought for a moment and then nodded. Very well. Then I shall wait until you're done. Really? Katayama gave another slight nod. You've got 10 minutes and 46 seconds left. Hey! As soon as I leave here, that's when you'll be done, you see. Katayama's face was a mask of cool nonchalance. Oh, if it lasted for 3 more days, this would be the greatest, like, epic length story ever told. Son of a bitch. Don't get all high and mighty just because you work for a printer. High and mighty? I'd say it's the people on the publishing side of the things that act high and mighty. Whatever high-minded claims you might make, without us, you'd have nothing to put on the store shelves. Forgetting that and blithely ignoring your proofreading deadline makes for more work on our end. Just what are you getting at, I wonder? Now it's 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Horikawa ground his teeth so hard he could hear it. His usual tactics were useless here, trying to piss off the person. Katayama was simply too unflappable to be browbeaten. If he backed down now, though, it was game over. Excuse me, 10 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. I realize his little point, but I'll wait until the designated time. That's just common decency. Katayama's pet phrase. Thus far he has said, that's just common decency 3 times in this story. Always make sure to show up 15 minutes ahead of the appointed time. I realize this little point, but I'll wait until the designated time. There was one more. Do you know when and where it was? No, I wasn't. No, actually, game. I didn't know this was a quiz. Thanks. Shouting personal attacks. Yeah, that's how it goes. Katayama's eyes were once again locked on his pocket watch. It was no use. Horikawa couldn't find a way to talk this guy around. Bad end? Oh, or Chiaki saves the day. Chiaki held her hand up. May I say something? Isn't it also common decency not to break a promise once it's been made? If you're referring to the 8 o'clock deadline, I was not the one who promised that. Maybe not, but I believe your predecessor's responsibilities become your responsibilities. Katayama crossed his arms and gave her a bemused look. Her ring is the best. What's your name, miss? Chiaki, she said bashfully. Chiaki Iso. The printer's expression brightened visibly. Good. That timid hesitation of yours is just splendid. You have none of the arrogance so typical among publishers. Huh? Chiaki was taken rather aback. In deference to your polite demeanor, I shall wait until 7 o'clock. That is the latest I can possibly allow. All right, Horikawa shouted, practically in Katayama's face. We agree to those terms. No, I wasn't talking to... But we've got terms of our own. Katayama reeled ever so slightly. I'm not certain you're in any position to set terms here. Just shut up and listen. From here on out, you're coming with us. What? Why? We're gonna finish up our copy on site, then burn the data onto CD and hand it over to you there. That's why. Katayama let out a sigh of resignation. Oh, very well. I suppose I'd be simply waiting here anyway. He does not know what he's signing up for. Horikawa pumped his fist in victory. Alright, Chiaki. Go and copy the DTP data we've got so far onto your computer. Sure thing, Mr. Mino. Chiaki quickly set about copying the data from the editing department's desktop. Okay, done. Then let's go. With the others in tow, Minorikawa headed for the cafe where Toyama would be waiting. You know Toyama's gonna find the thugs somewhere. They're just gonna pass the street. They reached Cafe Latro without any incident, and Minorikawa promptly spotted the publisher. Oh, okay. Over here, Toyama hissed, eyeing his surroundings with obvious unease. Hana sat by his side, sullenly sipping on some juice. The waitress came over as Minorikawa joined them. Oh no, may I take your order? She asked. Water. Just water, sir? Fine. Make it a... I don't think that's how this works. Make it a double. Exasperated, the waitress headed back to the kitchen. This poor waitress. And don't get me wrong, a double water sounds pretty good indeed. But when you walk into a cafe and sit down and that's your order... Toyama looked over at Katayama. Who's this guy? I'm Koichiro Katayama from Cho Nippon Printing. A long list of best girls. I wish she was done with her shift already, at least, so she could just be gone. Toyama turned to Minorikawa with a quizzical look. Like, she's had to deal with this man like 3 times today already. And that is at least 4 times too many. To have to deal with him in a weak staff situation. Toyama turned to look at Minorikawa with a quizzical look. What's someone from the printer doing with you? I'll explain later. There's no time for that right now, Minorikawa replied. I love that her laptop has like a lace stitched onto it. First, I need you to answer some questions. Does the name Kenji Osawa ring any bells? Osawa? Toyama closed his eyes and thought. He heads up a laboratory at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. The keyboard cozy. Also, oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, because you can see like she's resting her hands on it too. That's adorable. It's like one of those stretchy book sleeves you had to put, like book covers you had to put on school books, but for a laptop. You ran a piece on him in the first ever issue of 4-Star General Gossip. Toyama's face lit up with recognition. Ah, yes, that political marriage piece. Yeah, that's the one. Do you remember the details from the article? Of course. Who do you think I am? Somebody unreliable and garbage? Toyama puffed himself up proudly. I used to be local news copy editor for the Central Times. I've got the details for all the stuff I've ever covered here in my head. The head that you tied a rope around and then jumped off a chair earlier because you just didn't feel like paying back the money? Okay. In that case, do you know who Kenji Osawa's wife was dating before they got married? Toyama blinked his eyes vacantly. That's what I expected. Hey, what's the matter? Minorikawa asked. This is a pretty tough pop quiz you're giving me. You just said you knew everything. Surprise, kids, it's time for a science quiz. What colorless, odorless gas, lighter than air, and used for consumer municipal gas application is also known as marsh gas or swamp gas? It's not methane, because methane's not odorless. It's gotta be propane, right? Consumer... Yeah, because we use propane tanks for, like, stoves, like grills. It's gotta be propane. Tune in next time for the answer. Cool. Cut the crap, man. You just said you have all the details inside your head. Propane and propane... I've never seen a full episode of King of the Hill, but I feel like I've just, by osmosis, absorbed so much knowledge of it. Oh, they're in there alright. They're just not coming out. Minorikawa slumped. Mr. Toyama, please. Whether or not you'll be able to pay off your debts depends on your memory here. Hearing this, Hana cast a cold glare up at her father. Hana is so done with his shit. 100% done. Not a bad show. Oh yeah, no, like, it gets memed to heck because people remember it fondly and because it was funny. And I'm sure I'd enjoy it if I watched it, I just haven't sat down and done so. Alright, I can remember. Or I can at least try. He definitely fails. It's not propane? It's actually methane? No, methane's not odorless. They said odorless. Methane is specifically not odorless. Okay, the game lies. Yeah, I guess so. Toyama folded his arms and hummed to himself, his gaze turned inwards. So, I feel like it was a really common name. Wow. Could be, or it could just, maybe I'm wrong too. Maybe like pure methane doesn't smell, but like, I don't know. Swamps produce methane naturally. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too, but they said odorless, and that's, to the best of my knowledge, wrong. Also, hello Mint, welcome to Viperland of the Chat. How you doing tonight? Sato, Chiaki chirped. Yamada. Was it either of those? They're pretty common names. But Toyama shook his head. Minorikawa offered a guess of his own. I mean, obviously D. I'm a little curious about what the other ones would be, but like, it's gotta be D. Tanaka? No, not that. It was something else. Just then, the television inside the cafe switched over to a news report on the Shibuya explosion. Oh, that's true. They actively, for natural gas, which is usually odorless, they add like a rotting smell to it, specifically because when lions are going through like middle America, you'll be able to spot the buzzards circling around because they smell dead flesh and they go, I want to eat that, but it's just gas. So they actually do that. And also, so if you get a leak in your house, you can smell it and know. But yes, that's very factual. But I'm still pretty sure methane is not an odorless gas naturally, but maybe I'm just wrong. Totally could be wrong. Switch over to news report on the Shibuya explosion. So wait, if it's not Tanaka, then does that mean it could have been somebody else on that list? Were we wrong this whole time? People running around. The remains of the individual discovered within the minivan itself, who has since been identified as pharmaceutical company executive Mamoru Tanaka. Mamoru Tanaka? Toyama turned around to look at the TV. An image of the victim's face appeared on the screen. What? The publisher blurted, nearly falling out of his seat. That's it. Okay, so he's just an idiot. That's what it is. That's it. It was him, right there. Mamoru Tanaka. Okay. That's what I said. Tanaka. Toyama pointed excitedly at the TV screen. Okay, so in shocking revelation, Suicide Dad's just an idiot. Okay. That's who Kenji Osawa's wife was dating before they got married. See, that's awkward beyond belief. Like, we already kinda knew that, but like... Mamoru Tanaka. Minorikawa felt himself getting goosebumps. The victim of the terrorist bombing in Shibuya was also linked to the researcher who was key to a terrorist viral scare. His reporter's hunch was now a certainty. Right now, Shibuya was at the center of some massive conspiracy. This went far beyond even a major scoop. Mr. Toyama, we need to make sure that next month's issue hits shelves. Minorikawa called up Kenji Osawa to let him know the results of his little investigation. Can we actually go? So we just gotta jump, right? We're just gonna be like, see you, Minorikawa, bye! By deliberately faking his death, he put Hana in danger. Do you really think he cares about his child? Do you really think so? The first scene we see of him in the game is him trying to kill himself in a location he knows his daughter is going to find minutes later, because he asked her to go grab something and come back. He don't care. And she knows it, which is why she looks at him the way she does and beats the hell out of him with folders. We're going back to Osawa, though. I don't hate Minorikawa, but, like, everybody else has got, like, actual, like, real cliffhanger stuff going on, and Minorikawa is just like... His current situation is not the hype one. Got no beef against Minorikawa. I give him a hard time, but like, I honestly don't. But his current situation is not the hype one. We're branching off of him whenever we can. Oh, yeah, like, like, I understand the defending Minorikawa, I get that. But the dad... No, it's a tough one. And it's a shame, but it's a tough one. It was a rubber hose, yep. No, not an asphyxiation accessory. If he didn't hang himself, he was going to use it to do the same thing in his car later on in the garage, which probably his daughter would also find. So he's just like, Osawa's phone rang and Minorikawa's phone number popped up on the LCD display. And, like, he clearly wasn't too bad before. Like, when he started Heaven Publishing, he's like, I'm doing this all for my daughter. Like, he clearly was a loving father. Maybe it's just a bad day today? I don't know. Maybe the fear of his debt is overriding his commoner senses? But yeah. The reporter must have finished looking into the matter Osawa had asked about. Cool. I had to stop the ringing. Mr. Osawa, sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? Well, I looked into the background of that story you asked about, and I learned who it was your wife was dating. Who was it? Osawa asked immediately. There was a brief pause. Mamoru Tanaka. I see. Finally, he had proof positive of a relationship between I and Tanaka. I mean, to be fair, he doesn't have definitive proof for the moment. He has proof that there was one. There is overwhelmingly strong evidence to support that it's still going on. But it's not officially confirmed yet, I guess. Now more than ever, it was no time to waver. No matter how painful the reality was, it was also true that if they hadn't been dating, there would probably be no way of saving Maria. So, Minorikawa said, what was this big thing about disrupting the power balance of the world all about? There's something I need to take care of on my end first. Once I'm finished, I'll tell you everything. Yeah, that's fine. Things are pretty hectic on my end right now anyway. I feel like these two have very differing opinions on what's hectic. Though they're both right. They're both facing a hectic situation, but unbeknownst to each other, one's a little worse than the other. Osawa had expected Minorikawa to put up more of a fight. He'd figured a reporter from 4-Star General Gossip would be a bit more persistent, and normally he probably would be. Oh, by the way, there was one other thing I wanted to tell you, Mr. Osawa. Osawa could practically sense the finger pointing his way from the other end of the line. He knows too well already the... Don't be too angry with your wife. All too often in this world, people let their anger get in the way of solving their problems. Excuse me. You may have a point, Osawa let out a wry chuckle. Alright then, I'll call you back later. Excuse me, what the heck? Fun to talk, yeah. I mean, have we seen Minorikawa get legitimately angry often? He gets very impassionate, but I wouldn't argue we've seen him get very angry. No, never mind, yeah. I feel like he definitely wears his emotions on his sleeves. Yeah. Osawa found Aya standing by herself in the yard. She kept her back to him as he approached. May I have a moment? He asked quietly. What? Still, she didn't bother to turn around. Wears his emotions on his fist and his pointer finger, but yes, index finger, yeah. There's something important I need to talk to you about. I'm not in the mood right now. Please, I realize you're upset about Tanaka's death, but at the mention of Tanaka's name, I slowly shook her head. Don't. Just tell me what you want. Hurry up and get to the point. Sawa tried to move closer to her, but she pointedly kept her distance. There was no time to mince words. There was something Osawa needed to hear for himself before this went any further. I get that he might want to hear B. Like, I understand that from a character point of view, but I think it's the wrong answer because we are on a strict time limit and trying to save the daughter. Like, I get that that would help him on a personal level, but yeah, she probably won't answer it, and even if she does, she then won't be in a state of mind to be like, yeah, let's, like, she's gonna be pissed, even more pissed off than she is. Like, it's gotta be A. This was no time to mince words. Did Tanaka give you his password? His password? The electronic lock on the lab. I need it in order to get the antiviral out. I turned to face him at last. To get it out? What are you thinking? That belongs to the company. Just need one dose to save Maria. Please, if you know, please tell me. I don't know it. Ai's voice was barely a whisper. Osawa looked his wife right in the eye. You're telling the truth. I am. I see. Then, do you have any idea what number he might have used for a password? Oh, it's a keypad? Ai shook her head silently, then turned her back to her husband once more. Even if I did know, she said, I get it was I get that it was like an arranged marriage, but it's still it's still like innocent kids. Like, even if she wasn't related to them in any way. Also, hey Crescent, welcome to Viperland in the chat. This is a long story, intertwining storyline, visual novel with live action screenshots, and you have joined the finale of it. We've been playing this for a few weeks. It has 5 different characters, all with interchanging stories and branching paths. But you joined the spoiler-heavy finale of it. It was very goofy and silly for 4/5 of the game, and now it's like, stuff's getting real. So, that's such a... So now why not? Don't you get it? Ai's words came out as a strangled rasp. Do you even know why I'm with you? She snapped. You really have no idea how much you're worth, do you? The value of one woman's life versus the potential profits your research would bring in. I mean, don't get me wrong, there was still plenty of drama throughout the other parts of the game, but they also liberally sprinkled it with comedy, and both parts were good. The drama was good, the comedy's good. The drama's still good, but a lot of the comedy has been put on hold for good reasons. There's no comparing the two. If it meant that Okoshi Pharmaceutical could monopolize your talents, then what did it even matter what I wanted for myself? There's something akin to desperation in Ai's words. And so you sent me those threatening emails too? What? I looked at him in shock. He knew he'd guessed correctly. You would go that far, just to keep me tied to your father's business? That's right, I would. I bit down on her lip, hard. But what would you even know about how I feel? I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm not the victim here. You say that, but isn't it because of me that you and Tanaka weren't able to stay together? I mean, I don't know, Ramen, that's a very good question. Yeah, if Bossman would jump back in, all of a sudden, I began to tremble. The secret was out. When did you figure it out? She asked. Earlier today. That tie clip? Right. Not the sort of gift one gives to a husband's coworker, is it? Ai's smile was bitter with self-depreciation. Osawa couldn't help pity her. Even Tanaka must have suspected that she placed the company's profit above all else, if she'd go to such lengths to protect it. Morikawa beat Bossman up in the bathroom? Yes. That was the last time we saw, when Stanley and Kenji... Not Kenji, wow, English, they're not English names. Kano. We're discussing what's actually going on. Right after the car exploded, the van. So it's been a little bit. I hope not. I'll be actually sad if that is the case. But at the same time, we haven't seen from him in a while. We haven't seen from the store shop owner, who definitely was into some other stuff. But like any of these little one-line leads could also be leading to just goofy bad ends, like the random meow, like things like that. Like, I don't know. It's like she'd given up her entire life just for that. Please, don't mess my life up any more than you already have. Ai's words were only a faint murmur, but Osawa felt the rejection they carried with agonizing clarity. Tanaka hadn't given Ai his password. Osawa's last chance had gone up in smoke. He let out a long, shaky breath and shut his eyes tight. Was it true? Was there nothing more he could do? Is that a bad end? Ah, another... Another keep out. Okay. Which means we have to go back to Minorikawa, right? Because the only other jumping point we have is this one that leads to Aki, but Aki at a later point that we can't jump to yet. So we gotta go back to Minorikawa. It has to be. There's no other option. Alright, back we go. There's gotta be another hour. There has to be. There has to be. There's no way in 10 minutes the altercation at Endo Electronics resolves itself. He somehow cures Maria. Somehow. And there's, like, there has to be another chapter. Like, there has to be. The man didn't seem terribly surprised. Probably he'd had his suspicions all along. Osawa told him that there was something he needed to do before he was ready to give details on the big scoop, but that he would call back later. In the meantime, Minorikawa knew he'd have his hands full getting the current issue of the gossip wrapped up for the 7 o'clock deadline. Like for recent suddenly meteor strikes, yeah. Is that there's at least 2 hours left to go, though? Maybe. I am committed tonight that we are finishing this. If I have to go past time, I don't care. We're finishing this tonight. Download appears. He slapped his hands down on the table. Alright, emergency editing meeting right here, he announced. We need to get a lead-in on the Shibuya terrorist bombing into the next issue. The article about the twins winning the beauty contest can be dropped for that. We use the info from Kenji Osawa as the basis for a big scoop on the issue after that. Mr. Toyama, any problems with that? You push by that? Nah, it's fine. If it gets to the point where it's like 6 AM or something and there's no end in sight, then I'll rescind that remark and we'll finish up another time, but within reason, we're finishing tonight. No, that should be fine. If I'm streaming that and he hated it because of it, that's fair. Like, within reason. There will definitely come a point where I'll be like, nuh-uh, cool, another time. But what about the remaining pages for next month's issue? Minorikawa opened the file on his computer. The layout built in the DTP came up on the monitor. Oh, all the photos from the heckin'... Oh, see, it's Mr. Bossman. The report on the Burning Hammer sales demo, just all the people mad at him. The surveillance camera opinion piece. The interview with Orai. Those 3 were finished, the copy already incorporated into the layout. Once Chiaki's street interview piece was loaded in, that one could be checked off as well. You will go at a turtle pace. Yeah. Whew. Called out but accurate. Chiaki, how's your copy coming along? I'm sorry. It just took a little bit longer. The writing seemed to still be giving her a fair bit of trouble. The article on SOS was still just a placeholder in the layout, and Minorikawa hadn't even gotten any material for that, putting it in even further behind than Chiaki's street interviews. Still, he'd at least learned where Shibuya's legendary street gang made their hangout. He'd just have to take the risk of dropping in on them unannounced. What part of that sentence sounds like a good plan to this man? Mind you, 2 sentences, but still. He learned where Shibuya's legendary street gang made their hangout. He'd just have to take the risk of dropping in on them unannounced. Like, ballsy. Give him that. Committed to getting his interviews. But insane. And then there was the lead-in for Shibuya bombing. That wasn't even in the layout yet. It was a completely blank slate. Will SOS member to get a lethal weapon? Yeah, he did, didn't he? He did. Against all odds, they were going to need to put that article together from nothing, with just an hour and change. It was an impossible amount of work for just him and Chiaki to do. Well, well, well. And how are things coming along? Katayama rose and came closer, trying to peer at the monitor. Minorikawa hurried to cover the screen. Don't look. If the printer rep saw all the blank pages, he might decide to stop waiting. Would you mind telling me roughly what percent of the total you have completed thus far? You ain't gonna like that. What percent? Come off it, man. We're at 100. Well, that's clearly a lie. We're at 100%. You're 100% done. That implies that you're all finished. That doesn't imply, that states. Could I please have the data then? No. I'm saying our willpower is at 100%. I'm not even going to pretend I understand what you mean by that. Shaking his head, Katayama sat back down in his chair. Norikawa, Toyama asked, his expression uneasy. Yeah, that's his only expression. So I know I asked before, but why is someone from the printer here again? Katayama promptly chimed in. The long and short of it is that your proving deadline has been changed to 7 o'clock, he said. What? But that's impossible. Who's doing the lead-in for the Shibuya bombing? Toyama eyed Minorikawa, and then Chiaki. Both stared back non-committally. It really is impossible. We'll never meet that deadline. We don't have enough people, he says, sitting there, doing nothing, feeling bad for himself, providing no positive influence or outcome or work to anyone around him. Not even really sure how he's paying for the food he's eating. Not really sure how he's going to support his child, who deserves exponentially better. No, we do have enough. Minorikawa thrust out his finger. Mr. Toyama, you're gonna write that one, and I can't believe you didn't think about this earlier, you lazy son of a bastard, and handle the layout. What? Yeah, if only we had another veteran of the newspaper industry who taught one of the people here, who's currently teaching one of the other people here. Heaven Publishing is your company. Won't you step in order to protect it? Toyama hung his head. Even if I headed to the scene right now, I'm sure the other outlets have already gotten their coverage. I wouldn't be able to find anything new to write about. Wow. 0% chance of ever being Alpha. Yeah. Oh. Game. Can we replay that like 5, 6, 700 times or so, just back to back? Just that right there. More for the kick sound effect. So you're just gonna give up? Like, he needed that. He needed that. Make it a notification? Don't know if I'll be able to narrow that down, but I'm gonna say. We'll do that, we'll do a... No, not that one. We'll see if I can pull that one aside. So you're just gonna give up? A moment later, Toyama was on the floor when Horikawa glared down at him. You've always said you wanted to tell the world about the things the mass media can't or won't write about. So what the hell difference does it make if they've already gotten the sound bites thereafter? Wasn't this the, like, hard-as-nails guy that taught Minorikawa? Like... Debt. It messes with the person, man, apparently. Minorikawa's voice was raw with emotion. That's one thing you can absolutely give Minorikawa. All of his voice is always raw with emotion. His emotional dial is set at 11. That's it. It was broken off and snapped off at 11. There's no changing it. Don't you dare give up. Not that easily. Get your ass out there. Yeah, also, by the way, he's been working his butt off all day trying to save this man's company. Well, this man's been like, oh, man. I mean, mind you, for part of the day he was dodging debt collectors. I'll give him that. Hard to do work while you're dodging debt collectors. I will absolutely give him that, but... Yeah, oh, this is so not the same person we've seen in flashbacks. Find something that only you can write about. Minorikawa. Toyama began to object, then he glanced over at Hana. You're damn right you glance over at Hana, and then you absolutely get your butt to work. There was an imploring look in her eyes, as well. I get what you're saying, Toyama grumbled, but still, you're expecting a lot. One article. One article to save your company, your bank account, your future, your child. Like, He had already said that what Minorikawa was going to do today was impossible, and we've gotten most of it done through all the other stuff that's happened, mind you. If this was a normal day, Minorikawa would have absolutely gotten that done if it was any day other than the day this game is happening. Toyama turns to Hana. But then, despite his words, he flashed a broad grin. Yeah, Minorikawa let out a quiet chuckle. It's got you all fired up. Yeah, I'm fired up alright. Toyama's face shone with a resolve Minorikawa hadn't seen in a long time. There we go. That's the Toyama I know. You know, I'm really sorry. Now I see the huge burden I put on you. Only now. Only now you see it? Like, I hope he gets better. I hope he really just got the sense punched back into him. But also, like, damn, dude. Damn. But damn it, it's gonna be alright. Getting to his feet, Toyama took his daughter by the hand and strode boldly out of the cafe, looking like a changed man. That's great and all. I won't believe it till he comes back with an article, though. Like, I hope so. I really hope it's time for a redemption arc. Legitimately. He's the one guy I thought was just going to be irredeemable here, and I hope he gets redeemed. But I don't believe it yet. Minorikawa watched him go, glad the dithering was over. Even if Toyama was still in his prime, he'd be cutting it close to do that article in an hour. But he would pull through somehow. When it came to taking care of Hana, the man would rise to the occasion again and again. Is that how we've seen him today? Because I don't think so. Probably have so... Yeah. Father and daughter disappeared into the crowd, hand in hand. Like, for sure she's gonna. Minorikawa shook himself out of his reverie. Alright, he cried. Despite the clear blue sky, an unexpected gust of wind blew across his cheek. Come on, guys. We gotta get going, too. Where? Oh, I know where, actually. I think a major one. They showed it in cutscene. Fair. Or maybe they just knew everybody wanted to see him get punched at that point. You're right. Yeah. Things might look grim, but he wasn't going to give up until the bitter end. It was time to head to the SOS hangout, Inferno. I still think this is a stupid idea too, but like, it's perfectly in character. He is absolutely the type to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna head to this well-known street gang's hideout unannounced and just ask him some questions. We're gonna have to pick the right choice to not have him die, right? The three ran long and hard after leaving the cafe. If the proofing deadline was set... Oh, he's bringing the proofing guy? Dude, you're gonna get him killed. You're gonna get him killed. Tell the guy to watch your laptop or something and be like, I'll be right back. Don't bring Chiaki. Let's be honest, I don't actually care about the proofing guy. If he gets Chiaki hurt, we're done here. 7 o'clock, they needed to finish up with the SOS by 6:30 at the latest. The gang's hangout was in Harajuku. Running all the way there on foot was going to eat too much of their time. You know what that means. It's taxi driver time. No Muay Thai or some shit? Maybe. He best not... Oh, maybe Taxi Man might not work, but traffic was at a near standstill for some reason, and there wasn't a taxi in sight. 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 One last one. There wasn't a taxi in sight. The word taxi is literally overlaying the taxi in the screenshot. It's literally touching the taxi. How long do you plan on running like this? Katayama called out, panting. Just take a look at the road. With this traffic, there's no point in hailing a cab. Even Minorikawa was feeling the time pressure now. There wasn't a taxi in sight. Poor Chiaki. I have no vested interest in printing, man. Oh, come on. Come on, don't do bad by Chiaki. Does she... Oh, not quite. I was gonna say, is that a Hello Kitty, like, cover on her thing? But not quite. Just gonna have to keep running until the road's clear. What? Katayama wailed. Stop your whining. Just keep quiet and stick with me. He'd finally gotten Toyama to find his willpower again. Next month's issue would come out on time, and no way was some printer guy gonna mess that up now. But the traffic showed no signs of abating. Catching a cab wasn't going to be an option, yeah, because people are all trying to leave the city. Fighting an ever louder echo of despair, Minorikawa kept up his desperate headlong rush, to rush into a situation recklessly, or heedlessly. Not quite the same as being a daredevil. Yeah, daredevil is knowing the risks and going, nah. Headlong rush is being Minorikawa and going, yeah. Still, there were limits to how far the mind could push the body before exhaustion set in. Eek. Oh no. Ah. Ooh, that's a lot of falling. Oh no. Oh, poor Chiaki. Oh. Ow. As they were running across the pedestrian overpass, Chiaki slipped and took a nasty fall. Oh, she broke her glasses too. Come on, guys. Could have left her at the cafe. In regular interviews. Yeah, that's true. And talking smack to heckin' straight up Yakuza thugs. She wearing heels? Yeah, it looks that way. She skinned her knee hard enough to draw blood, which means she was keeping up with them in heels. Hey, you! Minorikawa snapped at Katayama. Don't just stand there. Help the poor girl already. Katayama scurried over to Chiaki. Oh, I hope her laptop's okay too. I'm sorry, Mr. Mino. Chiaki's voice bubbled with suppressed tears. Maybe it was cruel to make her run with her computer all the way to Ura Harajuku. Maybe. But the copy for her interview still needed to be looked over. And she can't work on that copy while she's running with you. Maybe you should have left her at the cafe where she could have done her work. But okay. They couldn't just leave her here. Also factual at this rate, yes. Minorikawa hesitated, undecided. Even at a full run, they wouldn't make it in time. And with traffic the way it was, there was nothing they could do. You now have, Katayama consulted his pocket watch, exactly 1 hour remaining. Damn it, Minorikawa raged. What do we do? Relentlessly, the clock ticked on. So that's got to be the end of his chapter, because it's the hour. How do... We missed something. We must have missed something somewhere then. We hit his end at least. But we have a keep out here. That jumps to him, but that jumps to him... Oh, hold on. That jumps to him further up. Right, at 35, I think it was? So it jumps to him there. He doesn't have any further jumps on his chapter. Tama, you gotta keep out here with no jumps around. We've gotta keep out here with a jump that goes to Aki that we can't go to yet. But it's possible that changing some of the answers maybe affects something. It's possible. I'm gonna check this one anyway, but like, we've tried this one. Failed it a few times, in fact. We're gonna try it real quick. Just in case, but I know it won't work. So if nothing's working, we'll just go to some of those choices and mix it up a bit. See how that goes. Yeah, we can't go to Aki at 35 yet. And since they're not... Excuse me. Since they're not bad ends, we don't get hints either. But it has to be something in this hour. We know that for sure. Some of those options from Minorikawa? Maybe? I don't know if that'll change anything, but I see no reason not to try. Like, I'm dubious as to if it would matter, but I also see no reason not to give it a shot. Oh! Bet you if we pick Endo, we get a jump. Bet you if we pick Endo we get a jump. You're right. Good call. Good call. Endo. Damn, Ramen. Well done. Thank you. Good call. Give me just a second. Just more. Okay. The workroom door slowly eased open. Hello. Aki was too shocked for words. The girl who entered looked just like Hitomi. Maria. Hitomi. Aki blinked in bewilderment. It was almost as if Hitomi were standing in front of a mirror. The two girls looked so similar. Maria, thank goodness you're alright. I'm so sorry I had you worried. Oh yeah, because she has all her memories back now. Maria was safe, Aki realized. At last, he had managed to fulfill his duty. Duty complete. You. How did you manage to get out of the storeroom? Daisuke had gone pale. Oh, so he was involved in that. Oh, why was he involved in that? That's a whole separate thing. Maybe they used his storeroom? I don't know. Why was he involved in that at all? I thought he was just straight up wants the heart, which is already, beyond questionable, but I thought that was a targeted just to that. He seems to be part of the overarching stuff then. Tell me, Maria said sharply, who was it who came up with this kidnapping plan? No. I mean, she was, but for the people who wanted Hitomi's blood, not her heart. Suddenly, Daisuke shoved Maria aside and lunged for Hitomi. Yeah, no, the kidnapping was originally done because they thought they were getting Hitomi for her blood with the antivirals. He didn't even make the call to Cane Man until after the kidnapping had already happened. But apparently he did know then. Stanley moved to stop him, but before he could intervene, the older man had a hold on Hitomi, pressing something that looked like a flashlight up against her neck. Dad? Aki stared towards him, but Stanley held up a hand. Don't move. That's a stun gun. A piece of self-defense equipment for repelling would-be attackers with an electrical shock. There are several types, including baton-type stun prods and guns that fire needles attached to flexible wires. The latter type especially is frequently referred to in the US as a taser, or taser gun, due to the popular models produced by Taser International, now Axon. So they've got all this name recognition and they changed the name of their company? That seems a stupid decision. Stun guns are used not only by civilians, but also by law enforcement and military personnel for non-lethal applications. If he zaps her in the neck, it could kill her. You know your stuff? Daisuke said. Do you deal in American electronics? No. I do this for a living. Ooh. Alright. Power move. Stanley drew his gun in an instant, taking aim at Daisuke's forehead. Ooh. We have to try and stop him, right? Like, not for nothing. We can't stand back and passively let him shoot his dad, right? Right? We have to at least try. But that seems like a guaranteed way to have bad things happen to Hitomi, which we also don't want. I'm gonna say that Aki's too good of a person to stand by and just passively watch his father get shot, even if he's doing not so great stuff. Wait, hold on. Aki interposed himself between Stanley and his father. Dad, let Hitomi go. You need to stop this nonsense. Aki walked slowly towards his father. That doesn't seem the best plan either, but, Like, if this ends up in a bad end, I'll pick the other, but I gotta default to the correct in-character answer. A pleading look in his eyes. Nonsense? Which one of us is talking nonsense here? You don't know what's going on. If you knew everything, then you'd be helping me. What do you mean, everything? With this girl's heart, we can save Suzune. Yeah. Dad, who was it exactly that told you that? Daisuke did not reply. I asked you a question. Who was it that put this crazy idea into your head? A foreign organ trafficker I met at the hospital. Just hanging out, you know. In Japan, a medical professional known as a transplant coordinator handles the liaisons between the donor and recipient parties. But there are many cases of illegal or borderline illegal activity carried out by third-party organ brokers. There are countries where organ transplants are openly performed for monetary gain. Excuse me. And no shortage of specialists willing to do the job. Those questionable markets include suppliers who source viable organs and tissue for transplant from cadavers. I don't know if that was Alvarad himself or just somebody he sent. He was an arms merchant, I thought they said. Not an organ merchant, but maybe he was just masquerading as one. So I wouldn't say a guarantee it was Alvarad, but it's definitely a possibility. For sure a dude sent by Alvarad, if not. Stanley let out a snort. A likely story. It's true. I was suspicious at first myself, Daisuke said stubbornly, but I couldn't just sit around and wait for Suzune to die. And after talking to him about her rare blood type and all the difficulties in performing a transplant, he promised he'd do everything in his power. Oh, for sure Alfred's the cause here, like 100%. Daisuke's hands were trembling. Tears welled up in his vacant and bloodshot eyes. Then a while later he got back in touch and told me he'd found a potential match. Someone with the same blood type as Suzune, and roughly the same age. But then he told me that the girl was still alive. And so what was the point? Her heart might be a match for Suzune's, but it didn't matter if we couldn't get our hands on it. And I said that. But then the man told me. He told you what? Aki bit his lip. He told me to abduct her and turn her over to him. After that, he'd find a way to make it all work. Yeah, at last Daisuke had confessed. Now Aki had to try and come to grips with the truth he had just heard. I had to do something, his father continued vehemently. I had to abduct this girl and see things through. I just couldn't take it. Kotone had already been taken from me. The thought of losing Suzune too. I had to make sure I didn't fail. So it was this organ trafficker who came up with the kidnapping scheme then, Stanley said. He kept his gun aimed at his target. Daisuke nodded. Describe him for me. He was tall, had black hair, spoke fluent Japanese. I mean, other than the fact that he's seen Stanley, that could describe Stanley. Wait, no, he doesn't have dark hair, does he? Aki wondered if he had some idea who it might be. Like, other than a bottle of hair dye, he just described Stanley, but he would notice, I suppose. And taking Maria Osawa hostage in order to lure out Hitomi? That was his idea as well? Yes, that's right. I allowed his computer to access my surveillance camera system as well. Oh, okay. Well, a black-haired foreign man who fluently speaks Japanese. So, you know, still, that does narrow it down more. Left out sunglasses, yeah. But then, this morning, I got a call from the hospital saying Suzune's condition was critical. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to help my girl right away. And then... Daisuke cut himself off, reaffirming his grip on his stun gun. I was looking at the surveillance monitor and saw a detective I happened to know. He was right next to this girl here. So I decided to ask him. So that wasn't even a planned thing, he just decided. He was gonna kidnap her anyway, but like, it was a spur-of-the-moment thing to just call him up. The kidnapper guy that Tateno can't speak fluently? I don't know. They didn't call attention to whether he did or not, so I'm not sure. Also not Wesker. I knew if he did, he wouldn't refuse. Or if I did, he wouldn't refuse. He could never refuse a request from me. And that was the man with the cane? Aki asked. His voice was low and hoarse. Yes, I was giving him directions while I followed you on the monitors. Dad, you need to let go of Hitomi now. There's no point to this. Aki took another step closer to his father. There is a point. If I kill this girl here and now, your sister can get the surgery she needs. But even Aki knew things couldn't possibly work out that way. His father had grown so desperate to help Suzune that he'd lost all sense of judgment. Why, Aki? Why won't you help me? Don't you want to save Suzune? Daisuke made a pathetic sigh. And yet, his desperation to save his child was so palpable it was heart-rending. Aki thought back to the time he laid his father out when sparring. English. No matter how pathetic he may have looked, Aki had always felt that sense of paternal love from him. You're not going to be able to talk him down, Stanley murmured. Ooh. Aki shook his head. Stanley, he said, lower your gun. Tears were welling up in his eyes. Please, lower your gun. Hearing the determination in Aki's voice, Stanley quietly complied. Aki stepped up to Daisuke, getting a firm grip on his father's slender shoulder. Dad, of course I want to help Suzune. Then why are you trying to stop me? Dad, do you think this is what she'd want you to do? Daisuke's face fell. Did Suzune ask for this, Dad? Did she tell you to take someone else's heart so that she could live longer? Did she, Dad? Suddenly the fight seemed to ebb from Daisuke's body. The stun gun hung limply in his hand. If Suzune asked me to go and get someone's heart for her, I wouldn't object. I'd help her just like she wanted. I wouldn't let you bear these crimes by yourself. But that's not what this is it? Suzune would never ask us to do something like this, would she? By now, tears were streaming down Aki's cheeks. He knew that his father thought about Suzune more than he thought of anyone else. And so he should know full well that she would never want this. Suzune is not like me. She's smart, she's kind, and she'd never be happy about taking someone else's heart. Even if it saved her life, I'm sure she'd never accept that. She wouldn't be able to live with it, knowing something so horrible had happened to someone else for her sake. Isn't that the Suzune we know? Aki is too good, for sure. Daisuke's cheeks were smeared with tears now as well. But then we're not going to be able to help her. The sound of father and son weeping echoed through the workroom. Maybe so. Maybe we won't. But that's better than the misery and suffering she'd have to live with. Daisuke slumped to his knees on the floor, collapsing like a crumbling mound of sand. Hitomi, freed from his grip, stood motionless. There were tears in her eyes, too. Such an idiot, Dad. Such a complete, utter idiot. Sobbing, Aki embraced his father. There's a sudden thud from near the door. Oh yeah, because those two were waiting out there, so something apparently just happened. I get why his father did what he did.
Oh no!
Don't agree with it, but I understand he was pushed to the limit and literally, like, pushed beyond the limit. I'm glad he didn't go through with it when confronted. Everyone turned to look. Yeah, Kano and Canada are out there. So why did a thud happen? And they were watching, because they saw him with the stun gun, and they were like, we should wait to see how this plays out before we jump in. Maria had crumpled to the floor. Oh, that's a whole heap of bad. That's so not good. Oh, that's way worse. Also, Bot hates you, I'm sorry.
No.
And a newcomer had appeared. Oh. Okay. So neither of them were the cause of this. They just were like, oh, now we should show up, and a newcomer had appeared. At some point, Canada had silently entered the room. Now she cradled Maria in her arms. Standing in the doorway was a man Aki didn't recognize, his face pale. We're not going to hop over right now, but we're clearly going to have to at some point. Yeah, at some point we'll probably go for the bad ends, because if I beat the game and then get all the bad ends, that's the platinum, and it would be really cool to have this as one of my platinums. Stay back, Canada shouted at Aki when he tried to approach. Yeah, if she's showing symptoms, things are super bad for everyone. It looked like Maria had fallen unconscious. Aki's heart was racing in his chest. An eerie silence fell over the room. For several seconds, no one said a word, their eyes all fixed on Maria. Excuse me. Finally, Canada looked up, her face ashened. It's starting. That's where the to be continued clearly pops in, right? Because, I mean, that's the logical point to cliffhanger that. Bastards. Like, I knew it, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. Doesn't mean I have to like it. But now we have the way to go to Aki, and presumably either Aki or more Minorikawa is the way to get Osawa past his. Now, we're trying to finish the game here. Also, I disagree strongly. I don't think it would be funny. But regardless of whether it would or wouldn't, our goal tonight is to try to finish the game. There will be a separate time where we try to get the bad ends, but right now the goal is to try and finish it. Right, so they see what just happened, but also hop in at the end, and I guess maybe theirs has got to end at the same spot, right? After the young man's desperate pleading, the other fellow, apparently his father, finally gave in. He released his hold on Hitomi. The tension in the room was replaced by a solemn air of gravitas. Seeing father and son weeping as they spoke made Kano think back to his conversation with Teteno before the stakeout. What was it in people that drove them to do such horrible things? Sometimes it was the desire to save the ones they loved. Even such a heartfelt human emotion could drive someone to wrongdoing. Why? Why did people have to be like that? And then bad. A sudden thud snapped Kano out of his musing. An instant later, Canada hurried past him into the workroom. Yeah, I may follow a guide for him. Like, I may just try to get whatever I can by picking obvious wrong choices, but some of them you don't even get those choices to try without other people being in bad ends and stuff. So like I'll do a definite pass through of like the obvious choices. It's like, this is gonna get somebody killed and it's a bad end. But I might just follow a guide to pick up the last ones. If there, I assume a guide would exist for this, because it was popular enough to get translated, but it took so long to get translated that there's got to be somebody out there who wrote a guide on getting the bad ends. But there was no trophies before it got translated, so I don't know. Well, I'm sure it must exist, but I still ain't Googling it till we're done. But there's got to be one. People like trophy hunting, so... Maria had collapsed onto the floor, and now Canada was beside her. In a panic, Kano rushed into the workroom as well, so I'm assuming there's a guide. If not, we'll struggle through, but I assume there's a guide somewhere. Stay back, Canada shouted as the others tried to huddle around the fallen girl. Please don't be what I think this is. Had the virus gone symptomatic? 2 hours ago, Stanley had told Kano that Maria was infected. He'd also said that her symptoms wouldn't develop for another 4 hours. Shouldn't they still have 2 more hours to go? Maria looked like she was dead. Her eyes closed, her body motionless. Also, to the best of our knowledge, don't the symptoms start flu-like effectively before it goes to bleeding from everything? Maybe she's been feeling those impacts, but since we haven't played as her this chapter, maybe she's just been keeping that under wraps? Maybe she's had headaches and fever and whatnot for the past hour? I don't know. Hitomi tried to approach despite Canada's warnings. Maria, she cried. Maria, what's wrong? Kano held his arms wide to hold her back. Your sister has been infected with the Ua virus. The Ua virus? Hitomi's face went pale. Hey, Kano said to Canada, should you really be that close? If she's developed symptoms... But Canada didn't move from Maria's side. She calmly rested her hand on the other girl's forehead. There's no fever, she said, and there's no blood coming from her ears, no lymph swelling. It'll be alright, she hasn't gone symptomatic yet. In that case, why did she collapse? Hitomi asked. Not sure yet. Whatever the case, if we don't get her that antiviral, she's done for. And we have to get her to the lab right away, Hitomi said. She was trembling with anxiety. No, that's not an option. Kano's tone was grave. You may already be aware, Miss Osawa, but without a password we can't access the antiviral storage. But when I went there, my father and Mr. Tanaka... Maru Tanaka is dead. Murdered. What? She stared at him uncomprehendingly. No, that can't be true. He was a member of a crime syndicate. It's possible they killed him in order to silence him. So then, there's no way to save my sister? There was a hollow look in Hitomi's eyes. No, I won't accept that. Why? Why can't we help her? But no one had an answer. Kano gritted his teeth and nodded his head. Why did it have to come to this? He'd come this far, but there was nothing he could do, and he hated himself for it. To be continued? I'll go to the laboratory. It was Canada. Electronic lock-breaking is my specialty. Wait, the young man Aki spoke up suddenly. So you're a martial arts badass, but your specialty is lock-breaking? I mean, you know. Lab have a backup way into the lab? I feel like the point here is it's a company so invested on keeping its secrets and its money, which is what the product absolutely is to them, that they'd be willing to force off one of their daughters to marriage. They absolutely would make sure there's no easy way to take this stuff out of there. They obviously didn't expect somebody just dropping dead, being murdered, and they definitely didn't expect, oh, terrorists have this virus. Like, I don't think they would have changed their plan anyway, because bureaucracy and money, but like, no, I'd expect they actually don't have a second wave getting it, like, honestly. Which is really, really garbage in this particular sense, but also not entirely surprising. Like, they already have an actual guard, they have key cards just to get to the lock, so you already have to go through an armed guard with your actual ID pass to get to the lock, and once you're there, only a few people can open it. They could theoretically get the lock reset, but they'd still need to pass that through the bureaucracy, so... he looked positively dumbstruck. Canada, the hacker girl, yeah. Canada ignored him, thinking out loud. Brute force. A crypto-analysis technique that involves test inputs of all theoretical possible patterns. If time were unlimited, this would be the most reliable means of decipherment. However, in practice, the process takes massive amounts of time and computational power, and can be defeated by systems that prohibit access after a limited number of failed attempts. Brute force attempts are why you never use straight-up words for password, and why, while all different sites have all different rules for like what you should do for password, if you just string together like 3 or 4 mid-sized words into a password, with or without capitals, the likelihood of a brute force attack finding that, almost zero. Almost zero. But like, yeah, the shorter your password, and if it's all lowercase or whatnot, like, brute force is just keeps trying them. Weird Doma Castle run? How so? Was name day guy? Was it? Route Samurai decided to pull a group ahead of the tank. The tank spoke with a little sass and set off the whole room. Oh. Oh. I mean, to be fair, I do feel like that's a valid... I would give somebody the benefit of the doubt. If they pull once by mistake, But I feel like after that first one, if they keep doing it intentionally, that's when it's a you pull it, you tank it. I can understand the mentality. Side channel? Rather than trying to decipher the password itself, this method involves analyzing information from the device, such as processing time, power consumption, and electromagnetic leaks, and using these details to exploit the system. Isolating the run state of devices is a critical element of countering side channel attacks. Talking so much into end up scolding both of them. Yeah, when two people are being giant babies. Shortcut, a cryptanalysis method that uses mathematical algorithms to carry out efficient bulk calculations against a block cipher that makes a use of a shared key for encryption and decryption. Even when such calculations are theoretically possible, however, in practice the process requires large amounts of time, and the block cipher is seldom at real risk. You got 3 commends? Ah, nice. I got 3 commends twice today, and one of them was great. It was the library instance where like with the behemoth in the book, and there was one part where the tank's like, okay, I'm gonna pull wall to wall here, and it was a gunbreaker, and it's like, I'm gonna use my oh shoot button at the end, just heal me up through it. And I was like, yeah, sure, cool, whatever. But like I had them so healed through it that like they didn't have to pop it, and they're like, damn, most healers can't handle that. And I was like, yeah. So I feel like I earned that one. Alright, see you around, Mint. Thanks for helping by. Hopefully enjoying the drama, the tension, the goodness. Healer took the tank side. Oh, man. So, of course, the bard talked everyone down. Oh, man. They were both being rude. Yeah. People just being rude to each other back and forth solves nothing. I'm shocked you managed to talk them down, but also, like, impressed. Given the situation, I think I have to go with side channel. Side channel, Stanley asked. Well, it depends on how long the number keys are. They already confirmed it's only numbers. It's not letters and numbers, so that really narrows things down. Side channel, Stanley asked. Where's your equipment? One of the lab PCs will suffice. I can connect to a special server from the net. I don't really understand the stuff you're talking about, Aki said, but I'll trust you to handle this. I mean, you did risk your life to save Hitomi from that minivan explosion and all. Canada nodded. I have to warn you in advance, though. Cryptanalysis can take hours and still yield no results. I can't guarantee I'll be able to get the doors unlocked before Maria develops symptoms. Aki has no idea. Oh, for sure. The tank didn't say you pull your tank if you'll run would have gotten a lot smoother. Yeah, probably. But I'm surprised it ended amicably. It's crazy. I understand, Hitomi said. Aki nodded too. No one present had any objections. All of a sudden, there was a curious sound from somewhere in the room. What's that? Kano asked. What's making that noise? He looked around the workroom. No part of that sounds good. That's definitely a countdown. That's my computer. Oh. Daisuke hurried to his desktop. 3 monitors. Nice. Never mind. Several monitors. I don't know how many are actually hooked up to the computer. The bank of monitors, which had been displaying surveillance camera footage from around Shibuya, had all gone black. The hell? What's going on, Dad? Aki joined his father, staring at the computer screens. It's all gone. The camera footage. It has been deleted. Daisuke blinked in disbelief. Now then, it seems our main cast has all been assembled. A man's voice, distorted by a voice modulator, suddenly emerged from the computer speakers. I mean, minus Minorikawa. A moment later, the monitors all began to display a view of the inside of the workroom. Dad? The hell is this? Someone's broken through our firewall. A security system for preventing unauthorized intrusion into a computer network. The term stems from a metaphorical reapplication of the concept of a wall, meant to inhibit the spread of fire or other destructive forces. They've hijacked the surveillance camera system. The color drained from Daisuke's face as he looked at the screens. Where are they filming us from? Kano asked, scanning the inside of the room. He used the image on the monitor to guess where the camera might be located. Over here. The lens of a camera set atop the computer monitor glimmered like an eye. It was a miniature camera, used for web conferencing and the like this camera. Now that Maria and Hitomi are both there, you have probably surmised the situation at hand. And so I offer you a proposal. The laboratory password in exchange for Hitomi's blood. Ooh. Like, clearly, in a global scale, you don't want to give Alpha Red that. But on the personal level, that solves their problems. As long as he just wants a little bit, like, that solves everyone's problem but Stanley's and Canada's. But, like, I don't think Stanley would go along with it. I think Canada would be pissed to go along with it, but I think she'd save Maria. That's a tempting offer. Like, we obviously can't pick it, but, like, the game would be over if we picked it, but, like, that's a powerful offer. Realizing now that it was Alphared's voice they were hearing, everyone in the room froze. At 7 o'clock, roughly 1 hour from now, a newspaper deadline will be due, and Minorikawa will not make it. See that Hitomi Osawa is waiting at the Scramble intersection outside Shibuya Station, just like this morning. Unless, of course, you're feeling particularly confident. You do have Canada with you. Perhaps you'd care to take a gamble on her lock-breaking skills instead. Canada clicked her tongue in frustration. No, clucked her tongue in frustration. Alfred had known exactly what the plan was, so I mean if he's watching them all, then yes, he would definitely know that. Presumably he can hear them too. Of course, if Canada isn't able to get the door open in time, what will you do then? Maria is sure to die, yes? But that's not all. If you don't agree to my offer, I have the means of creating another Maria, and a third. These infectees will spread the virus throughout Tokyo. The death toll will likely number in the hundreds of thousands. Yeah. It is difficult to predict the scope of infection in the event of a bioterrorist attack employing a highly infectious viral agent in a city with a large and mobile population. In a worst-case scenario, some researchers estimate as many as several million infected in a matter of days. So do think carefully before you decide. Alfred's voice was chillingly matter-of-fact. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. No, he won't. No, that makes no sense. He knows Canada's after him. So that's either bait to try and get Canada to comply and try and take him, or a lie. Like, he knows. He's clearly been watching them. He for sure knows that, like, two of these people's sole goal is taking him out. Hard stop. Stanley for his job, and Canada because it's literally her life purpose now. No way somebody this smart, this big of an overarching plan, goes, yeah, I'm gonna show up in person. What's your crackpot theory, Potions? After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. Somebody who plans out this far in advance with this much intricacy wouldn't just go, haha, look, it's me, gonna take credit for it, over here dancing where I could be hurt, shot, stabbed, judo kicked, yeah. Like, no. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. No. Nobody planning stuff out like that would go, yeah, I'm gonna put myself at risk here. That seems the smart thing to do. Silence fell. Then the images on the computer monitor returned to normal. The surveillance camera footage came back online as well. Daisuke promptly yanked out his Ethernet cable and slammed his fist on the keyboard. Damn it, there was a hole in the firewall. I'll have to redo my security from the ground up. Good call, Canada said calmly. We can't win this if our intel keeps getting leaked. Stanley pursed his lips in consternation. What do we do? Kano asked him. Do we give in to his demands? I mean, do we really expect that he's just gonna blithely show up like that? He's practically begging for us to come and catch him. 2 crackpot theories, okay. Alright. There had to be some deeper plan at work, yeah, for sure. If it means saving my sister, I'll do it. Hitomi was resolute. No, Stanley said, you can't. Because, like... they want the antivirus so that they can administer it to their own people, and their people can go, like... they want the antivirus so that they can cause way more destruction than just this, while just not risking themselves. And for a guy whose sole purpose is chaos, that's what he wants. Badly. What? Why not? Because if you do, you'll be killed.
Chaos,
What?
chaos.
Hitomi's voice caught in her throat. With the antiviral still present in your body a week after the fact, you're too much of a liability for Alpharad to just let go. He's right, don't do it, Aki exclaimed. You told me you can't go. Even still, I want to do it. Hitomi stared defiantly at Stanley. You still want to go, even knowing that you'll be killed? I can't just sit here and hope that Canada is able to pull this off, she said. I want to do something for my sister. I want to save her. She peered down at Maria, sprawled on the floor. She'd object to me going, I'm sure of that. But I want to do what I can. To do things my way. No one tried to contradict her this time. If she's willing to take the risk, then there are things the rest of you can do too. It was Canada again. Let's hear it, Kano replied. He squared his shoulders. He was of the same mind as Hitomi. He couldn't just do nothing and leave it all on Canada. After everything he had been through, he wanted to stick with this case until the very end. Apprehend Alpharad at the rendezvous and demand the password from him. Canada offered the suggestion, as if it were a simple task. That lets you get what you want without putting Hitomi in danger. I still think he's not that stupid. If all we know of him is super smart. It's also foreign, probably involved with the CIA, but like, the one thing they hammer home is like, super smart. Like, nobody would go, yeah, no, these guys all want to take me down. I'm gonna go tell them exactly where I'm going to be standing at a given time when they want to hurt me the most. Good plan. Good plan. No holes in it. He absolutely is, yeah. Or, I don't know, maybe they overestimate him, but like, it seems really dumb. Kano let out a sigh. Hold on, he said. Even if we do arrest him, how are we going to get him to cough up the password? We don't have time to drag him off to an interrogation room. And besides, he doesn't strike me as the sort to offer a confession that easily. There are ways, Canada said. Once Alpharad has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. Hitomi tilted her head. Call you? I have plenty of information Alpharad might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. Kano considered Canada's proposal. I see. So we'll try both options. Attempt to hack the password at the lab, and also try negotiating with Alpharad. That gives us 2 chances. With that tiny ray of hope, Hitomi's face brightened some. We'll split into 2 groups, one for the lab and one for Shibuya Station, Canada said. Let's exchange phone numbers so we can keep in touch when the time comes. The group quickly shared contact info as suggested. Hitomi and Canada called one another's phones to be sure. Hitomi's cheerful ringtone felt out of place, but also somehow soothing, a fragment of normalcy in the midst of chaos. Crisis, but still. Well, guess we're all set then, Hitomi said, looking down at the LCD screen. Her expression turned apologetic. I'm sorry, Canada. We're having to keep putting things on you. Hey, Canada replied. Don't worry about it. Okay, now I guess I should call my father. Hitomi called Kenji Osawa on his cell, asking him to let Maria and Canada into the lab. So that's how we get the final bit done. Kano leaned in to whisper into Canada's ear. Are you sure you're okay with this? With what? Know that you're after Alpharad. Are you sure you want to go to the lab and not... Right now I want to save Maria. That's all. Her tone was as curt and mechanical as ever, but there was a fierce gleam of determination in her eyes. Yeah, that's the jump we needed, but like, we gotta finish this chapter right now, obviously. Maria was clearly someone very special to her. Alright, Kano replied. Leave Alpharad to me. He thumped himself on the chest. He'd succeed this time no matter what the odds. Kano could scarcely recall the whirlwind of events that had brought him here. He'd somehow survived a dozen disasters. Even now, a dear friend was in the hospital. Sauce had better pull through. At risk of dying. There were times where he'd been ready to give up. And yet, at the end of it all, here he was. His opponent was an international terrorist. No matter how you looked at it, that wasn't a matchup for a mere detective. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Rumi, Shizuo, Sasayama, and Detective Teteno. I'm going to take down Alpharad and save Maria Osawa's life. Actual disasters? Yeah, he really has. Just you watch and see. So that's gotta be his to be continued. Cool, one a little further, we kinda at least know the stakes in the plan now. Now we can go to Osawa and see... I don't know how Osawa's gonna fit into the rest of this. Or Minorikawa either, for that matter. Wait, did his change? Yeah, his changed. Maybe it's just because we picked Endo. We might have to go back through his real quick. It might just be the response of Endo. No, I don't know who that is, and TV comes on, because we've had that happen before. We'll have to get back to the point where it changed. We'll see. I'm assuming it's just that, but we'll find out. Alright, over to Mr. Osawa. 5 minutes ago. Tanaka hadn't given Ai his password. Osawa's last chance had gone up in smoke. He let out a long, shaky breath and shut his eyes tight. Is it true? Is there nothing more you could do? The more I think about it, I hope so. That would be really, really impressive if you end up calling it. Osawa's cell phone rang. When he saw the name of the incoming call display, he nearly shouted out loud. It was Hitomi. Hitomi? Are you alright? Please tell me you're alright. Yeah, I'm fine. But Maria, is Maria there with you? Osawa's heart leaped. Dad, there isn't any time for me to explain everything. So I'll have to just give you the main points. This is so we can save my sister, so just stay calm and listen. Osawa struggled to hold back the 1,000 questions that immediately came boiling into his mind. There's a girl named Canada who's going to bring Maria to the lab. She's going to try to hack the password in order to get us inside. Wait, hold on. Just what in the world is going on? There are a bunch of people here working to save Maria. Can you wait for us at the lab, Dad? I'm not sure that electronic lock is something that'll be so easy to... We've got another plan in motion too. If that goes well, we might be able to learn the password. It's all too much to follow, but Osawa realized he'd have to take Hitomi at her word. It was her only hope of saving Maria. Alright, he said. I'll do as you ask, but... You said you're trying 2 approaches. You're not going to be in danger, are you? No. I'll be fine, she lied vehemently. Don't worry about me. Okay. Very well. I'm heading to the laboratory now. Just accusing somebody of being Wesker again? Could be too. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You can't. You can't go. Wow. She really doesn't want the kids to be saved, does she? Like... Yet there's way more to it than that, but like... The moment Osawa hung up and started for the house, I clung to him from behind. If you use the antiviral now, everything will go public. And hundreds and thousands of people won't die. You're right, yeah. There's no way we can keep the virus or the antiviral under wraps at this point. Osawa tried to pull free, but his wife was stronger than he expected. Like, I get it. She's literally so determined she gave up her own life, not physical, tangible life, but emotional life, just to help protect company assets and money. Why would she stop now? Even if she didn't necessarily feel super strongly about this, it's the sunk cost fallacy. She's put too much into this to stop now. Period, hard stop. She's given up years of her life to this. Something she was already down to give up her life for. She's in too deep now to not. Besides, if Maria infects other people, the whole world is going to find out in a matter of hours. But also, yes. No, we can just quarantine her. If it's handled correctly, we'll still be able to retain secrecy. And she'll die. But also, I think at this rate, enough people have found out that, it's gonna get out anyway. Ai's voice was cold as ice. Do you even have any idea what you're saying right now? I do. I know how it sounds. But this is the only thing. The only thing I can... Her voice trailed off. You could feel the force of her trembling where she held him. Have I really put you into that much of a corner? Osawa slipped from Ai's arms and prostrated himself on the ground in front of her. I'm sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry. Oh, stop this. Get up. If you're really sorry, then don't go to the lab. But Osawa remained silent, his forehead pressed to the dirt. If you use that antiviral without corporate approval, your time with Okoshi is finished. Oh, you mean kind of like how her dad used the antiviral without corporate approval? You know, that doesn't matter to me anymore. How can you say that? Virology is the only thing you've ever cared about. I began pummeling his back. Maybe virology is all that I cared about. I don't know the first thing about anything else. I never wanted to know. Never even thought to find out. Never bothered to learn what you or my own children might think. I'm a failure. As a father and as a husband. How dare you say the only thing, that only after it's come to this. I struck him again, harder than before. You're right. He gasped out the words between her blows. Maybe this has been too long coming, but it's not too late. I can still start over. Start over? She paused in disbelief. You already turned down that American job. If you use that antiviral now, there won't be any starting over. You'll lose everything. Will I lose you too? After you've gone and thrown everything else away like this? How could I possibly stay with you? I was sobbing softly now. Sawa wondered what her tears were for. But there was one thing he did know. She was right. They couldn't be together anymore. He got to his feet and headed back into the house, leaving Ai behind. Again, super disagree with her choices, but I legitimately get where she's coming from. Disagree strongly. 100% on Team Osaka here, but I get where she's coming from. I don't like it, but I get it. He hurried through the back entrance and went into the garage. Oh, yeah, we need Donkey Kong. Climbed into his car, fastened his seatbelt, and took a deep breath. Where did he go off to anyway? He had to go do something. We sent him off for something or other. The image of a younger Maria arose on the back of his mind. There she was at that park, getting drenched by the rain, holding back her tears as she waited for her father. Wait for me, Maria. This time, I'm gonna come for you. I was wrong. Going to the lab wouldn't mean losing everything. He'd let too many important things slip through his fingers. Now it was time to take them back. Of all the characters here I didn't expect to get emotionally involved in, Osawa was definitely the one. Definitely least expected. Nope. Be like, no, he's just the goofy character with that goofy detective with bananas. That's god damn it, game. Osawa pulled his car into the street and sped towards the laboratory. He has been the biggest drama, but a lot of it's... yes, correct. As if to signal that the long day was drawing to a close, the dazzling sun sank down between the buildings in the distance. We're down to 3. We're down to 3. Like, we're gonna see bits of his story, assuming he makes it to the laboratory, because we're gonna see people at the laboratory. That's everybody... that's end, that's end. We have to go through Minorikawa, but he'll probably just be able to go past here, right? Tama furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. No, that's not right. Oh, we can ask more. Chiyo Tanada? Yamamoto? Nakamura? No, but I feel like we're on the right track. Just then, television decided to cafe, switch over to news report. Okay. Remains of the individual. I assume when it hits the save point, we'll be able to swap up. Yep, that should be the point. Okay. Nope, not yet. Keeping it going then. That's it. That's it right there. Yeah, so it's a bit we've heard, but we just gotta wait for it to update. I guess when we get to the end, like a checkpoint or something. Yep, next month's issue hits shelves. Cool. All protagonists have cleared this section. Choose a protagonist to continue their storyline in the next hour. We've never gotten that before. It's gotta be Aki, right? It's gotta be Aki. It's always been Tama, Aki. Those have always been the two we've aimed for first. It's gotta be Aki. I hate to say, I like Minoru Kawa as a character. As the stakes get higher on one side of the thing, I care less about what's going on his side, which will clearly overlap, and is going to be an important thing to do with SOS probably, but like, we got drama. Yeah, we're picking Aki. On to 1800. No. Oh, do we have to... do we have to literally go... we'll clear the section. Choose a protagonist to continue the storyline in the next hour. That's an ad. Maybe we have to go watch the end? Maybe? Maybe. Still seems weird they'd give me that point. But okay, give it a shot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying that out. That's a good plan. So it's only a few lines of text anyway, so like, whatever. Well, straight back to be continued. Maybe we can't pick him yet? Oh, you were right. Only 3 faces remain. I'm sorry, Suzune. The UA is out now. Mr. Mino, answer me. We meet at last, Alpharad. You can go ahead and kill me. That's a 2-hour window. That's a 2-hour window. Alright. Okay. We have to start with Aki, right? Damn you, game. Why not? Minorikawa or Kano then. Come on. We need an Aki. Yeah, he's got it. Oh, that's so... Mino? Not the answer I expected, but if people are like, let's do Mino, cool. I'm not against it. We're gonna have to do everything eventually, so like, it's all good. I do love how he stays charred. Like, at no point during this has he been like, hang in there, well, he hasn't had time to stop, mind you. Hang in there, Chiaki. Just keep it together. She scraped her knee. Don't get me wrong, like, I'm sure she's hurt, but like, she's not like down and out or anything. It's not like shout at them to stay conscious or anything. Minorikawa rushed to her side and offered her a hand. Surely it hardly matters at this point. You're not going to make it on time regardless, Katayama said coldly. Damn, could you at least try and help out Chiaki? Like, sure, you're probably right, but like, priorities right now, dude. And in any case, if 4-star General Gossip doesn't get released, it's Mr. Toyama who's going to be in trouble, not you. I dare say the world would be better off with one third-rate gossip rag less anyway. Shut your mouth, Chiaki snapped. Damn! Damn! If the gossip doesn't come out, I am going to be in trouble. An article I've written is supposed to be in next month's issue. It's a piece I've worked my very hardest on, to the very end. Oh, she's got blood on her face, too. A piece Mr. Mino saw fit to put in print. And so if that goes away, if all that goes away, yeah, I'll be in trouble, alright. Chiaki's legs wobbled as she struggled to get back to her feet. Oh, she doesn't really have heels, they're just thick-soled shoes? I don't know. I guess they're kind of heels, but they're not big heels. Chiaki, Katayama said, your zeal is a marvelous thing. Worthy of admiration, even. But when it comes to work, results are all that matters. I'm sad to have to put it that way, but I must be honest. It's just common decency. Katayama glanced at his pocket watch. Chiaki's evolving. You have 57 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. At this rate, you won't even make it to the interview venue before your time's up. Frankly, I don't think even a further extension of your deadline would make any difference in the end. Damn it, Minorikawa ground his teeth. He wondered if he should just leave Chiaki here and go interview SOS by himself. He could expand the article on SOS, then work a small part of Chiaki's interview piece in to at least fill the layout. Deadline is the middle of this chapter, yeah, weirdly enough. Right now, the single most important thing was getting the magazine out the door for Toyama's sake. But if he did cut most of Chiaki's copy, after all she'd done, he might wind up totally killing her passion for being a writer. I have to stop waffling. Professionals don't let their personal feelings dictate their decisions. I can help Chiaki work through her emotional struggles later. Chiaki, that's enough. The young woman got to her feet, staggering as she began to climb the stairs. I'm not giving up, she said under her breath. I can't give up now. Though obviously in pain, she struggled to keep her legs moving. Chiaki still got the better arc than Toyama. Just saying. Damn, I can't do it. Look how hard she's fighting to stay in the game. I can't tell her. I don't need her article now. Releasing the next issue of The Gossip wasn't just going to save Toyama. It would save Chiaki as well. Minorikawa couldn't abandon either one of them. He could probably abandon Toyama, but abandoning Toyama means abandoning Chiaki right now, which left him with a hell of a dilemma. He needed to make a decision. If he didn't stop wavering soon, they'd be out of time. Try as he might, he couldn't come up with a plan. Then he heard a familiar voice from behind him. It better be Taxi Man. If you're wondering what path to take, allow my taxi to be your guide. Taxi Man. The actual hero of the story. The actual hero of this story. Just strolling up, hands in pockets, shades on. Come on. Is his patch a banana? Are bananas the linchpin of this whole story, actually? When Horikawa spun around to see Kimizuka standing there. Or is that an ear of corn? No, never mind. It's wings and a badge. From a distance, it looked like a banana. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Despite his polite demeanor, his pride was obvious. Mr. Kimizuka, I appreciate the thought, but with this traffic... Traffic? I see nothing of the sort. Okay, sure, but not a taxi in sight. Horikawa was well aware of Kimizuka's capabilities, but the prospect of cutting through the chaos that currently filled the streets was more than a little daunting. What is wrong with the face on the top right? It's about to go out of frame, but what's... What? What? There was something definitely wrong with that face on the top right. I was distracted last time because there was not a taxi in sight, but that's actually horrifying. Apparently there's a sequel anime. Apparently. When you know this town as well as I do, there's nowhere you can't go. Alright. What other choice do I have? If you watch the stream, because he's pausing every 5 seconds. Sorry to hear that. It's something on Twitch's end, apparently, because my stuff's going no issues so far tonight. But yeah, hope you enjoyed what you got to see. See you around. Also, hey Risky, welcome to Viperland to the chat. How you doing? Guess I gotta trust you. This will be my last request of the day. When Horikawa pointed down the street. Take us to Bride in Ura Harajuku. No. Oops. Take us to Inferno in Ura Harajuku. Take us... There's no space. Take us to the Labyrinth in Ura Harajuku. Do you have any place in mind? I'm gonna go, obviously, Inferno. Take us to the Inferno in Ura Harajuku. Inferno in Ura Harajuku. The bar? Kimizuka quirked an eyebrow. Yes, is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Hurry up and get in. And there they go. As soon as Horikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimizuka tore off through Shibuya's networks of narrow side streets. The passengers in the back seat jolted roughly back and forth to the sound of screeching tires. This is altogether far too excessive, Katayama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. To think we allow such inconsiderate driving here in this country. Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. I'm impressed. Also the perfect random disease for Risky, look at that. Dang. And then instantly die. Yep. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. How's it going, Chiaki? Horikawa asked. Just a little more. Her eyes were glued to her monitor, her face all seriousness. Oh no, Risky. Oh no, you've got the Ua virus. Kimizuka glanced over at Horikawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this bar? Just a little interview. I hear a local gang called SOS uses the place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS? Sir, I feel it might be best not to get too involved with that lot.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but I am a robot.
There was something something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Horikawa asked. Originally, there was something of a vigilante corps in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe. But lately I hear nothing but bad things about them. Those loan sharks had said something very similar. Horikawa reminded himself that he'd better be on his guard. Katayama chimed in. And just how do you plan to go about this, interviewing a gang like this? That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. No, he doesn't. Oh, and just what exactly is his plan? No, he doesn't. It's a secret. He definitely has no plan. Katayama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly, he wasn't impressed. But even a good push again. It's a good thing. Hell yeah. Horikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimizuka said worriedly, but do you really need to take such risks? Yes, I do. Minorikawa thought back to that look on Toyama's face. Hey, it's a Kurapeko. And a Raoshang. That look when he'd finally regained his confidence. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Yeah, not just an announcement, but a straight-up trailer? Yeah, it was for the mobile game, but let's be honest, it's going to be the same animations and whatnot. Toyama provided the canvas on which Minorikawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Minorikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit it, that man had been the ideal Minorikawa strove to live up to. That was why he hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Excuse me. Oh, they're adding a new character to Skullgirls Mobile soon, and they'll be on Skullgirls Everything Else next year. So it is a definitive trailer for a new character. Still, Minorikawa wasn't about to voice his feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be thinking it all so personally, or taking it all so personally. When you take on a job, you give it 100% every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Katayama chimed in. But you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left, which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds, and I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Please do keep that in mind. The man took another look at his watch. I've got half a mind to break that thing, Minorikawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. I feel like that's a good screenshot right there too. Minorikawa shot him a furious glare, but Katayama's composure was unwavering. The guy was unflappable, and the only way Minorikawa was going to be able to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. He is right, yeah. Easier said than done, though. He'd want to use 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. That only left him 20 or so to get the material. Kimizuka suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the cab skidded to a halt. Minorikawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a smallish, boxy minivan weaving erratically along the road. Whoa, look out! That thing's heading our way! Don't worry, sir, the driver replied. Just leave this to me. Keeping his cool, Kimizuka dexterously steered them clear of the oncoming vehicle. Clock with legs. Apparently there's more than one blue minivan. Who would have thought in an entire city this densely populated you'd have more than one minivan with similar color? But also suspicious for sure. As the minivan sped past, an eerie cold breeze wafted over the taxi. The vehicle is being driven by members of the Wandering Angels Theater Troupe. Oh, they're on their way to return the dry ice machine they used in their performance to Endo Electronics. The machine is malfunctioning, continually spitting out white fumes of carbon dioxide. The troupe members inside the van are beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation and are driving around Shibuya in a daze. Will they be able to make it to Endo Electronics in the end? I'm glad they didn't leave us in suspense there, except we don't know if they're gonna live now. The heck was that? Minorikawa asked. I'm not sure, Kimizuka said. But let's hurry on our way. Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stomped on the gas once more. I hope they don't. We only met one of them once, but I hope they don't die in a van. Here we are, sir. It pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pole hall. You're a lifesaver. Minorikawa clapped a hand on Kimizuka's shoulder. Just be sure to be careful, sir. Minorikawa nodded. Huh? What? Chiaki asked, looking up. What are we being careful about? Nothing, Minorikawa said. You just wait here in the car. You still got that copy to finish up, yeah? Well, yes. Alright then. Chiaki frowned, but resumed her typing. You wait here too, Minorikawa said to Katayama. But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Minorikawa did some quick mental math. The half hour he'd already set aside, that left him 19 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. This is still a dumb plan. Plan. Minoru took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. Here goes. He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty... Minoru has a lot of things in spades. Confidence, emotions, detective abilities. Common sense clearly ain't one of them, though. Holy bad ideas, Batman. The mob of young men inside the bar turned as one at the sound of the door crashing open. Who the hell are you? Several of them started towards him belligerently. Sup, bitches? Yeah, basically, but like, why would you do that? Just calm down and hear me out, he said. I've come to interview you. Interview us? What the hell for? These were hot-headed punks, alright. They seemed to be itching for confrontation. Yeah, of course they are. Minoru felt like a punch might come flying his way at any moment. Yes. Yes. Then another voice called out from further back. Hold up, guys. There was a young man seated in the far back corner of the bar. His air of authority marked him as the gang's leader. That must be Susumu, then, Minoru thought. When you say interview, do you mean for TV, or like a magazine? Mind telling us who you are? The name's Minoru. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm doing a magazine piece about young people in Shibuya. All I'm asking is just for you guys to answer a few questions. Here's the answer to the science quiz from last time. Methane. Methane has been tapped as a potential new energy source to replace fossil fuels or atomic power, but there are concerns about its tendency to exacerbate the global warming process. It is extremely flammable. The methane produced by food waste has been known to cause garbage trucks to catch fire. Huh? Susumu sounded less than enthused. Just 5 minutes, Minoru said. What do you say? Nah, not in the best of moods right now. Go on, get out of here. Right, Minoru thought. He's gonna make things difficult. But he hadn't expected these troublemakers to just up and accept an offer to appear in print. Now was when the real battle would begin. Guess I'll just have to write my piece without your help, then. Susumu took the bait and shot him a look. Right about what exactly? Your little warehouse raids. Warehouse raids? Susumu raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Really now? You're gonna tell me you don't know your boys are dealing in stolen goods? SOS doesn't steal, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh yeah? Why don't you ask those two over there? He'd spotted the two fellows he'd seen arguing earlier at the scene of the explosion. Now he pointed them out. Their faces betrayed their alarm. Susumu glared at them. Is this true? They averted their eyes and said nothing. I asked you a question. Have you been stealing stuff? After a long moment of surly hesitation, both young men nodded. You idiots! Susumu marched up to the two of them and without warning, decked them both. How dare you sully the SOS name? As the two gang members cowered, he continued to punch them repeatedly. Also, hey Shadow Rose, welcome to Viperland in the chat. This is the final chapter of this game, so ain't none of this gonna make any sense. But how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay, enough with the beatdown. Minoru stepped up to intervene. Let's get down to business here. I won't reveal anything about the warehouse raids. In exchange, you give me my interview. How's that? Can't complain. Doing alright over here. I should be playing more Path of Exile because it's only like a month left and I want more everything. But you know, that's how it goes. Other games. But Susumu ignored him, continuing his pummeling of the pair. Whoa, hey, nobody's gonna play nice with a guy who flies off the handle and beats on people, you know. What did you just say? Well, look at yourself. You're clearly not the cream of the crop here, kid. Oh, Minoru. At that, Susumu's fist finally fell still. The rowdy bar went completely silent. Say that one more time. I dare you. I'll put your ass in the ground. The gang leader's eyes were red with rage. Minorikawa snorted, unafraid. He's doing the thing, but like, I don't know if he's done of a thing in the biggest gang of the area's home turf unannounced before, so... Huh. That's the exact sort of line I'd expect from a total wuss who's all bark and no bite. I hope it succeeds. For sure, Potions. But it's a risky maneuver. Shut your damn mouth. Get the hell out of here. Oh, this is hilarious. SOS's top dog is such a yappy little puppy. Susumu snarled, like an animal. You son of a bitch. I am gonna beat your ass. Mr. Mino, I'm all oh god, no. I'm okay with me. I'm honestly okay with him getting his ass beat. Chiaki best not get harmed. An exuberant voice resounded suddenly through the bar, cheerful and full of energy. Originally, the term indicated a state of bubbling or boiling, so it's effectively a fancy way of describing someone as bubbly. Chiaki! Minorikawa looked and saw that both she and Katayama had appeared in the doorway. I finished my copy. Could you please look it over for me? She thrust out her laptop proudly. Susumu stared in bewilderment. Who the hell are you? Oh, I was under the impression you SOS folks were, being interviewed. Chiaki broke off, haltingly. Yeah, you're right about that. One by one, gang members started to close in around her. They lay a finger on Chiaki. Well, it's just... You look like you're really angry is all. Oh, do we now? That's because we are pretty damn angry. Good grief, Katayama groaned. It would seem that getting your interview is quite impossible. By the way, you only have another... You shut up, Minorikawa snapped as Katayama peered at his watch. Just leave this to me. You two hurry up and get out of here. No way, Chiaki said. What? Why not? Because I want you to read my copy, Mr. Mino. She looked him right in the eye. It's no time for an editing session. He had to wrap up the SOS interview and fast. He didn't have much of a choice. He'd postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. He understood how she felt, but this place was too dangerous. It was time to get Chiaki and Katayama out of here. I want to pick C. But I also feel like B is both good for Chiaki and a power move. Like B, he's already doing a power move by kicking his way into here. But by dropping the interview halfway and be like, hey, hold on a second, I gotta read over this copy. Well, the problem is, does his power go too high? I want to see B. I want to see the biggest of the flexes. He didn't have much of a choice. He'd postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. Alright, he said. Let me see your laptop. Oh, they're gonna smash the laptop. He held out his hand and started to make his way over to her. Whoa. Before he could reach her, though, the SOS punks had Chiaki and Katayama surrounded. Oh, what's this? Something important? One of the gang members reached out to grab Chiaki's computer. Rip the computer. Knock it off! Don't touch that! She struggled to resist. Leave the girl alone, you scumbags! Minorikawa barked. The young men in the bar stopped and turned. Susumu was quick to respond. Screw you, man. What are you calling scumbags here? Any guy who raises a hand to a lady is a scumbag. Speaking facts. If you're looking for a fight, you can fight me. Just get your hands off the girl. Minorikawa did his best to look unafraid as a couple dozen vicious gazes now turned back on him. Bring it on, Susumu said. Hey, someone go stand lookout out front. He snapped his fingers sharply. Get him. At the signal, Susumu's men quickly closed in on Minorikawa. Oh, it was like being caught up in a tsunami. He took a hard punch to the face and his vision went blurry. Before he could react, he was hit again, twice, thrice. Punches and kicks. Yeah, bad end. The moment his first assailant paused, another joined the assault. 4 blows, 5 blows, 6. Minorikawa lost count somewhere around 30. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he could feel his consciousness fading. All the strength was being battered from his body. He couldn't even tell if he was standing on his feet or lying on his back. Then finally, he felt himself crumble to the floor. Slightly bad end, yeah. Even then, the beating did not let up. As he writhed helplessly, the young men kicked him in the gut over and over. "Stop it!" he heard Chiaki shriek. "They're going to kill him!" Yeah. Maybe not the best end, yeah. Eventually, Minorikawa forced himself to go limp. Finally, the kicking stopped. "Ah, crap," one of the thugs muttered, sounding panicky. "Did we take this a bit too far?" "Did ya?" "Mr. Mino!" Chiaki rushed over to Minorikawa's side, sobbing. "Please," she cried out, "answer me!" He held his breath and said nothing. "Mr. Mino!" Tears streaked down her cheeks. She shook him desperately. "Don't worry," he gasped out at last, holding up a hand to stave her off. She let out a yelp of surprise, staring at his battered face. He could feel blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned his grisly visage on the gang members as he painfully rose to his feet. Abruptly, Minorikawa broke into peals of mocking laughter. If this isn't a bad end, I'm gonna lose my mind. Mr. Mino? Chiaki stared at him, aghast. Or he's just snapped. He only laughed the harder. It seems he took a few too many blows to the head. The poor thing. Katayama averted his eyes, unable to watch. Minorikawa shot out an accusing finger at the crowd. "Looks like I win this round." What? Susumu blinked, dumbstruck. "Don't you get it?" Minorikawa said, thickly around his bruised tongue. "What I'm saying, you're a bunch of idiots. Now then, if you'll pardon me." "Oh, I get it." Minorikawa was halfway to the exit when Katayama's exclamation rang out. "You were planning all along to let these guys beat you up, huh?" Minorikawa jerked to a halt, his shoulders trembling. "You knew they'd turn down the interview, and so by letting yourself get beat up, you'd have something to put in the article, yeah?" "It's a bit bogus, maybe, but I guess it's one way to get material to fill your pages." Minorikawa broke out in a cold sweat. "Shut up, you idiot!" But Katayama continued with his oh-so-brilliant analysis. "You sure pulled a fast one on this gang here. I wonder what sort of headline your piece should have. The twilight of Shibuya's legendary street crew? Former vigilante squad, now mere gang of common thugs? Something like that, maybe." Susumu stared daggers at Minorikawa. "Go on. I dare you to write that up. Then we really will put your ass in the ground." He moved to block the path to the door, clutching a broken beer bottle in one hand. "You moron!" Minorikawa bellowed at Katayama. "I was this close to pulling it off!" Well, that's a shame, isn't it?" Katayama replied. Minorikawa rolled his eyes. "Gee, you think?" Susumu slowly advanced on them, beer bottle at the ready. "Incidentally," Katayama said, "you have 14 minutes and 7 seconds left. You know, I would believe, without hesitation, that he's Alpha Red. Without hesitation, I'd believe it." "Good luck!" Minorikawa hung his head. Was everything futile at this point? Oh no, I hit the... Okay. Hopeless, pointless, ineffectual. Not to be confused with feudal, which refers to the socio-political system of the Middle Ages, involving lords and vassals and fiefdoms. Alright, cool your jets. I'd say that's quite enough. Who do we have here? Oh, indeed. Susumu stopped and spun around. Kimizuka had entered the bar. The taxi driver stared out sternly from behind his sunglasses. All the young men in the bar fell silent. Minorukawa and his companions exchanged glances. "Oh man, you?" Susumu's face twisted up in awkward embarrassment. Kimizuka's tone was light and playful, but intimidating nevertheless. "Whoa, hey now. That's no way to address your teacher." "Teacher?" Minorukawa blurted in disbelief. Wait, do they mean...
Notice me, senpai.
Kimizuka nodded. "Yeah, until last year I used to be a teacher, but I got into a bit of a dispute with my school, so I moved on. These guys in here are all former students of mine. Oh, actual teacher. Sorry that there's such a bunch of good-for-nothings." "Wow," Chiaki said. "I'd never have guessed. I thought since I wasn't their teacher anymore, it wasn't my place to butt in, but I couldn't sit idly by and let one of my customers take a beating." A bit late for that, but, you know, whatever. Kimizuka turned back to Susumu. "This guy totally played you. Every last one of you." Susumu bit his lip in frustration. Still, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to take a beating from this many guys all at once. So it's hardly your fault for falling for it. Kimizuka had switched gears from taxi driver to street smart mentor. "You guys lost this one," he said, "and for that you need to give him his interview." "No way!" Susumu looked disgusted. "Look here, kid," Kimizuka said. "Let yourself save some face and help the man out. And maybe you won't come off as a bunch of total idiots in his article." He flashed an amicable grin. "Well, when you put it that way, fine. Alright." Susumu blew out his breath in resignation. "Susumu, you can't just let yourself cave like that." Oh no. The remark had come from a particularly nasty-looking young fellow who slouched in the bar sofa. Minorukawa recognized him, the kid he'd encountered earlier that afternoon, wandering around with a wooden cudgel. "Yup." "You shut up, Kiryu," Susumu said. "So what, you're just gonna let SOS make a mockery of itself?" Kiryu demanded, "as opposed to just running around willy-nilly beating the crap out of people on the streets? I don't know." The gang leader let out an annoyed growl, but said nothing. "Do you still think you've got what it takes to run Shibuya?" "Shut up. I've already said I'll do it." Kiryu sneered sullenly at Susumu's outburst. Mr. Mino. Minorukawa was just letting out a sigh of relief at being able to get his interview when Chiaki scurried back up to him. "Please, can you read my copy now?" Her face showed a strange mixture of confidence and unease. "Alright," he said resigningly. "Let me see it." The proofing deadline was drawing steadily nearer. Still, if the piece wasn't good enough, he'd have to make her rewrite it again. He wasn't going to compromise on quality. If he's not the direct reason, he's definitely a symptom of it. He's either influencing SOS to make them garbage, or the lack of refined, direct, strong leadership has let people like him in, which I guess would then let him, you know. So yeah, praising himself, Minorukawa stared at the monitor. Chiaki swallowed hard, so anxious that it was audible. Minorukawa gave the piece a fast once-over, then read it again more closely. When he was done, he closed his eyes, considering. Chiaki held her breath, waiting for his response. "It's okay." She looked back at him blankly for a long moment. "Really? It's really okay. Is it really, really okay?" "It really is really okay." Minorukawa watched in surprise as she broke down in tears. "Oh, thank you so much." Chiaki bowed profusely. He gave her an affectionate little ruffle atop her head. She wiped at her face with her palms, scrubbing the tears away. So I guess I never really told you. What sort of articles I want to write, and all. No, I don't think you have. Well, I mean, I want to write socially conscious exposés like you do, Mr. Mino. And so, to hear you say that an article I wrote is okay, that makes me really, happy, I guess. Maybe moved? Her eyes were still bright with emotion. Well then, really. There was actually another writer who took inspiration from his work, and who strove to be like him. Minorukawa had never thought a day like this would come. It was a peculiar feeling. He'd always been the follower, chasing after interviews in order to be more like Toyama. It made him feel both bashful and proud that the skill and soul he'd honed might be passed on to the next generation. It's still weird to think that this is going on while all the other character stuff is happening. Right, I should be off. Kimizuka gave Minorukawa a slight nod. Minorukawa returned the gesture, but more deeply. You really have been a tremendous help today. I'm not sure where I'd even be right now if you hadn't been there for me. Well, Suicide Dad would be dead. You definitely would never get anywhere close to reaching the deadline, let alone half the appointments you had to meet today. Like, his day was made by Taxi Man. 100%. Oh no, not at all. I was just driving a customer around to where he asked me to go. Oh, that's right. I still owe you a fare. Opening his wallet, Minorukawa saw he had only a 10,000 yen bill. Yeah. Still, now was no time to be frugal. Keep the change, he said as he handed it over. Yeah, this man has saved your day. Whatever else happens, he has saved your day. But even as he said it, Kimizuka was already handing him some money back. Here, I insist. Toss a coin to your taxi. The driver had already counted out the exact change in advance. You really are a pro, huh? Minorukawa took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. We'll meet again. Somewhere out there, on the streets of Shibuya, Kimizuka pointed his index finger at Minorukawa's face. Minorukawa responded in kind. Yeah, he's been doing this for like relatively no time, but it doesn't matter. He honed his art in that time. After that, the interview with SOS went off without a hitch. Now that the tension was diffused, these were just a bunch of ordinary young guys. The juxtaposition of their appearance and their behavior would make for an interesting piece. So, about what you said earlier, Susumu said once Minorukawa had finished his questioning. About how I'm not the cream of the crop. Ah, yeah, that. I just said it to get you worked up. Don't worry about it. Well, let me just ask you what you really think then. How do you think I could be a better leader? I don't know. I'm not really that sort of guy. I'm not really the sort of guy who wants to stand at the top, you know? But I guess I can tell you 2 things that'll make things go more smoothly with you and your buddies. Susumu leaned in, listening intently. Forgiveness and also trust. Minorukawa chewed over his own words. The events of the day replayed in the back of his mind. He'd forgiven Toyama for his faked suicide. Faked? And oh, he did fake one. Yeah, okay, that's fair. He did fake the one in the car. I was thinking of the actual attempt. Multiple actual attempts, and trusted that he'd regain his reporter's edge. He'd forgiven Chiaki for her bungled interviews, and trusted that she'd grow as a journalist. In the end, that's what it was that had helped him through. Forgiveness, followed by trust. Susumu grumbled softly. Forgiveness and trust, huh? Doesn't sound so easy. People gravitate towards somebody who can handle things when they get tough. With that, Minorukawa got to his feet. Now we've got all the articles we need covered. Chiaki rushed over to his side. Well, I guess we still need Mr. Toyama's piece. I just got off the phone with my office, Katayama said casually. It seems they've already received the data from him. Whoa, what? Guess he really can get the job done when he applies himself. Minorukawa felt an inner surge of pride. Now then. He indicated Katayama. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes remaining, Katayama replied, eyeing his watch. 30 minutes, huh? Looks like we might make it after all. Chiaki, laptop. Right. With a beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer. Minorikawa got ready to start typing, but then a young man barged into the bar. What? What? He's got to be going back to, like, ask their help to take down, Alpha Red, right? Like, that's the only reason I can think that he'd split from Hitomi, though she could be behind him or something. That's the only reason I can think of. He's come to ask them. I didn't finish the sentence, it's right there. He's come to ask the members of SOS to help with the planned operation down at the Scramble. Right after we told their leader, forgiveness and trust. Haki and Kiri, you're gonna throw down? Oh man, yeah. Ah, yup. The newcomer hurried over to where Susumu was standing and promptly prostrated himself on the floor. Whatever this was about, it looked like a big deal. Who was this kid? I wonder if that would let us go to Aki, but I kind of want to see how it plays out at this rate, like we're committed. Emotionally committed. Who was this kid? The gang's feelings looked decidedly mixed. I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. As Minorikawa listened to the young man's conversation with Susumu, he could feel his blood start pumping. It sounded like they were talking about the terrorist plot in which Shibuya had become embroiled. Hey, Chiaki, he said quietly. Did you hear that just now? Oh yeah, no, it was definitely a red name, but like I don't know if it would immediately take us to like break him out of the keep out, or whether we'd have to do something else. I didn't look at the timestamp, I should have. I did. I'm not sure I follow all of it, but it definitely has the whiff of a major scoop, and it would make sense that we'd have to go through this first to see why Susumu would agree, presumably. And whatnot. It definitely has the whiff of a major scoop. Minorikawa shot her a daring grin. So what's the play here, Chiaki? We interview him, of course. We only have 30 minutes left, right? So we take 10 minutes for our own conversation. And use the remaining 20 to write up the piece. I'll help you out. You learned good, kiddo, when Horikawa ruffled Chiaki's hair again. They both blushed profusely, gripped by a surge of excitement. Why are you doing this? I can't make any sense of it whatsoever. Katayama stood peering at them skeptically. If you write up the piece you just did your interview for, you'll make your deadline. Why go out of your way to trouble yourself further? It's no trouble, Minorikawa said. I'm just doing what a professional does, that's all. Katayama let out a solemn sigh. Good grief. He looked at his pocket watch again, then snapped it shut. Well, if you aren't concerned about the time, then do as you like, I suppose. I'll admit you've made me quite curious to read this magazine you're putting together. Would we just sway the clock? Norikawa and Chiaki rolled their eyes as they turned away. Already, they were making their way over to Susumu and his gang. The interviews aren't over until you have what you need. You refuse to let them be over. You spend every last second you have to do the best job you can. That's what being a professional journalist is all about. He swayed the straight man, somehow. Minorikawa cracked his... Let's be honest. Mino didn't sway the straight man. Chiaki swayed the straight man. Don't get me wrong. I am in the pro-Mino camp here. He's clearly passionate about what he does and strives to do the best he can. But if we're talking what actually swayed the clock, it was Chiaki. Like, for sure. So Minorikawa cracked his knuckles and stepped between the two young men. It does sound like that, doesn't it? It sounds like we've got an interesting story. Mind letting me hear it too? Yeah. That's the first time I've seen those letters so far where I've been like, yeah. End of his story. And... alright. You know? An ending with some closure, yes. I still wouldn't be shocked if he keeps showing up, though. So we're gonna go to that jumping off point and see if we can go to Aki, though, right? Like, cause, like, we're gonna see if we can go to Aki, right? Cause, like, yeah. I assume that's how we get to him, because it just makes sense. I'm glad we saw it through, because the end wasn't even too far away, but I would have gone through anyway. We can't yet. We can't yet. That's an equal timestamp. We have to get another way to get him to this point first. Which means it's Kano time. Seeing that at 16:55 is just disheartening. Can we? No, still can't. Okay, Kano it is. I had to try. So this has got to be some way... So I'm sure Aki will leave Kano at some point, and that'll give us a jumping off point. But then we'll hit a keep out when he gets to the bar, where we can then go to him now. That's my prediction. Like, they'll come with the idea of like, oh man, I gotta go get SOS back together for the plan, and then we'll get a jump off point there. Kano's cell phone rang. He saw Kuze's name on the display. Kano speaking. What the hell are you doing? The director's voice was shrill with irritation. What's the situation with Maria Osawa? I have her in custody, sir. We need to get her into quarantine immediately. I'll send a counter-NBC terrorism unit to pick her up. A public safety mobile investigation unit belonging to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Public Safety Bureau. The acronym MBC refers to nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. The unit not only gathers information and investigates terror incidents that make use of these means, but also deploys relief and safety restoration measures. What's your location? Sir, the situation's a little complicated at the moment, Kano replied. He and Stanley made eye contact. Kano gave him a knowing nod. He knew what he needed to do here. He briefly informed Kuze of the plan to take Maria to the laboratory, but was careful not to mention Alpharad. Please, sir, Kano said, bowing reflexively to the phone. Let me handle this. Absolutely not, Kuze exclaimed. There's no way I can allow that. Maria Osawa needs to go into quarantine right now. The act of placing infectees in isolation, such as in a medical treatment facility, in order to prevent the spread of infection. For viruses capable of airborne transmission, an airborne infection isolation room, AIR, is sometimes used, which employs negative air pressure to ensure that air from within the room does not leak out. Find quarantine? It is, honestly, yeah. Sir, please, just give us a little more time. Giving her the antiviral is the only way we can save her. If we put her in quarantine, it'll be a death sentence. Kuze let out a growl of frustration. Kano, this isn't your decision to make. Kano had run out of arguments. It was clear that Kuze's only concern was stopping the spread of the virus. To be fair, Kuze's right. In the grander scheme of things, if this wasn't a video game where we were playing the protagonist here, Kuze's right. Because if they don't make it, Shibuya dies. Like, Shibuya dies. Tokyo dies. Most of Japan dies. Kuze's making the difficult but right call, but it's a video game, and we're playing the protagonist, so we know, like, we can't go along with that. Director Kuze, are you just gonna let Maria Osawa die? We can't put the lives of everyone in Shibuya at risk in order to save a single person. I know that, sir. That's why I'm asking you to please let me go to that laboratory. And if it looks like we're not going to be able to hack the passwords, then at that point a quarantine can... Kano, Kuze snapped. I'm giving you an order. And I'm not accepting that order. Listen, Kuze said. How many years have you been a cop? What do you mean by that, sir? Kuze didn't reply. Is this an order from up top? What's going on here, sir? Please, I need some kind of explanation. Yeah, we're the shonen protagonist. Even if logic dictates that It's like it's like Roshio in Gurren Lagann. Everybody hates Roshio in Gurren Lagann because he takes the path that makes logic sense if that show was taking place in the real world. If that show took place in the real world where Rao Fight the Power doesn't really cut it, Roshio would be right. But it's the protag, and Rao Fight the Power does apply in that world, and with that logic, he's clearly wrong and just bad, and everybody hates him. Me included. I hate Roshio. But, you know. Yes, also Alfred can just infect more people. Whoops. Didn't mean to hit that. Wait, there's a summary button? I don't even know what I just hit. I honestly don't know what button I just hit. That just gave us a summary. Well, I just flicked the stick by accident. Oh, there you go. Oh, so if you do left stick up, you go backwards. If you do left stick left, you do a summary. Okay. Learning controls in the final chapter. It's fine. Please, I need some kind of explanation. Stop it, Kuze said. You sound like a child. This is dereliction of duty. Call me a child if you want, but I'm not following an order that I know isn't right. Ooh, power move. Just hang up. Kano punched the end call button with his thumb. From an objective standpoint, maybe Kuze was right. Yeah. They needed to think about more than just Maria. If the Ua virus spread throughout Shibuya, it would be a nightmare of epic proportions. But like, yeah, what they know trumps what Kuze knows, which is Alpha could absolutely just infect someone else. But it's still such a gamble. Like, yeah, we know we're going along with it, because, like, hell yeah, but, like, real-world terms, it's such a gamble. Kano understood that perfectly clearly, but still. He looked down at Maria's face as she lay collapsed on the floor. This girl was still alive, and Kano couldn't stand idly by and let a living, breathing person die. Consequences be damned, he wasn't going to be the one to weigh the worth of someone's life. Also fair. As he stood, still clutching his cell phone, Stanley gently set a hand on his shoulder. You did fine, he said quietly. Alpharad is in possession of the Ua virus. The people of Shibuya are already in danger. He may have already released the virus in the city. If he hasn't, he may do so at any time. Right now, what we need to do is get the antiviral and arrest Alpharad. He made the right choice here. Yeah, knowing the information we know, that's definitely the right choice. But Kuze doesn't know that. Thanks, Stanley. I appreciate hearing that. Stanley gave Kano a slap on the back. He was right. At this point, they needed to focus on the things they could still accomplish. So, guys, Aki stepped forward. Who's going to take Hitomi's sister and Canada to the lab? Maria was in no condition to walk, so they were going to have to take a car, which meant they needed a driver. The only driver that could make it through these streets is on the other side of town right now, preoccupied. I only have a motorcycle license, Aki said, and I don't know where the lab is anyhow. I should go with Maria alone. Canada looked over at the others. There's no way of knowing for sure when she might become contagious. We shouldn't needlessly risk exposing more people to infection. She knelt down to gather Maria in her arms. In that case, I should drive. Kano whirled around at the sound of a new voice behind him. That seems like a poor decision? Tateno was standing in the doorway. You! Aki's face went red with rage. Now we know how to jump, but I'm going to keep going with the current timeline. But that's the jump we needed. Never mind, we're going to jump over to Aki. Good plan, right? Good plan. I think I'm going to jump over to Aki. I don't know what's giving me that idea. I just had a sudden change of heart. I guess we could do that. Well. I should have known, but I had to see. Alright, it's Aki time. But it goes to 1805, which should be about where we are now. So I guess we just swap perspectives in a roughly equivalent spot. Yeah, same timestamp. Alright. So they skipped the other bit of Aki because it's the same stuff. Wait. Okay, never mind. You, Aki snarled. In the doorway stood the man with the cane. Detective Teteno? Teteno. Kano and Daisuke spoke simultaneously. Now at last, Aki had a name for the assassin. It was a name he felt he'd heard somewhere before. You son of a bitch, Aki roared. What the hell are you doing here? Teteno bowed his head profusely. I am truly sorry. I feel like you need a little more than that for chasing them around the city all day at gunpoint. You're sorry? Sorry, don't cut it, man. Yeah. Not after what you were trying to do to Hitomi. I don't expect you to forgive me, and I intend to turn myself in to be punished for my crimes. But before I do that, please, let me do what I can to help you. I think you've helped enough. Aki grabbed Teteno by the collar and drew back his fist. Kano moved to stop him, but Teteno held up a hand. No, it's alright. Let him do as he pleases. There was no trace of the menacing expression the man had worn in their previous encounters. Aki scowled, but lowered his fist, then released his hold on Teteno's collar. Fine. Hitomi's sister needs help, so we do need a driver right now. Make sure these two get to the lab and back safely. That'll make up for that punch I didn't give you just now. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I still don't trust him. But he was only doing what Daisuke asked of him so they'd be even, and if Daisuke no longer wants that outcome, he has no reason to want that outcome. His motivation is gone. Daisuke stepped forward. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm the one who got you caught up in this. Yeah, you did, but Daisuke, we really didn't grow up to be very good people, did we? No, guess not. The two men stared bleakly at each other, shoulders slumped. In the end, Teteno said, guess we're just trying to run away from our pain. Yeah, didn't expect my own son to be the one to teach me that. Aki's turned out to be a fine young man. He is Katone's boy, after all. Guys, Aki stepped into the middle of their solemn heart-to-heart. You can get sappy all you want later. Dad, once this is all over, we're gonna go see Suzune, okay? Sure, Daisuke nodded heartfully. Hold on, Kano spoke up, turning to Stanley. If these two take Maria to the lab, that leaves just us two to apprehend Alvarez down at the Scramble. Is that gonna be enough? You can reminisce in jail. Yeah, you can reminisce if we live through this. We should focus on living through this. I mean, Alfred's not going to show up without a plan. The more people we have on our side, the better. And I doubt we'll be able to get any help from the police. Good point, Stanley agreed. Hey, Aki said, I'm here too, and I'm going with you. I'll keep Hitomi safe. Oh look, good news. Good news, Kano. Now we have 3 people. Stanley let out a sardonic laugh. Kano frowned. Aki, I appreciate the offer, but having 3 people instead of 2 won't make much of a difference. When you're not sure of the enemy's exact plan, you really need strength in numbers. If we could set up a dragnet like the task force did this morning, that'd be ideal, but... Come on, Detective, Aki said. Don't you have any idea what sort of approach this psycho might take? If I were Alvarez, Kano mused, and I suppose my biggest problem would be figuring out how to get away after I'd taken Hitomi's blood. No, if you were Alvarez, you'd go, wow, showing up there in person would be really stupid. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Stanley nodded in agreement. I'm betting he plans to evolve the Ua virus, he said. If, for instance, he tells us he set up a device somewhere to spread the virus throughout Shibuya, that prevents us from taking action against him. Aki swallowed hard. This guy wanted to unleash a killer virus in Shibuya? If he succeeded, then the town Aki had known and loved all his life would become a graveyard. Of course, that's mere conjecture, Stanley murmured. Quite frankly, even I can only guess what he's gonna do. His expression was grim. Strength in numbers, huh? Aki said. So you're saying we absolutely need more people, is that it? Essentially, yes, Stanley replied. But not just anyone, mind. If it's not a group that meshes well, it'll hinder more than help. Kano folded his arms across his chest. He looked perplexed. Like, we know how this goes, but people who mesh well together, huh? Aki had an idea. They could ask the police for backup. Might be a long... I mean, we obviously know how that goes. He could ask SOS. If there was anything he could do, it was that. It was a selfish request, he knew that. Suzumu would probably be furious with him, but Aki would just have to deal with that. Even if his old pals wouldn't forgive him, if they understood that they'd be helping protect Shibuya, he was sure they'd step up and take action. After all, the whole point of the gang was that it was made up of people who loved their town. Can you give me half an hour? I'm gonna try and see if I can rustle up some people. Kano straightened himself up. Think you can do it? Aki nodded, assertively. Just wait here for me, okay? He said to Hitomi. She gave him a worried smile. Alright, I'll be waiting. Yeah, the hype music. It'll be okay. Aki did his best to sound reassuring. I promise I'll bring back some help. He knew where he needed to go. The pool hall in Ura Harajuku. That was his old gang's main hideout. Running at top speed, he could probably make it in about 10 minutes. And he's alright! Rushing out the door with a battle cry loud enough for Kano and the others to hear from back inside the shop, Aki sped on his way. So we stick with Aki, right? And we know now how to get back to Kano, but we also know how to get to Aki when we inevitably hit the keep out coming up. Traffic on Danganronpa was at a near standstill. Had there been some sort of major accident? As Aki ran along the roadside, he heard a middle-aged man screaming angrily. I feel like as they take characters out, the puzzle aspect of it is less the focus, and it's more like, okay, you've hit this point, you've got 3 characters, you know how this story's gotta... not how it's gonna play out, but like... yeah. Oh, we're down to... no, we are down to 2. Yeah, subtlety is over. Damn it, we're down to 2. You've gotta be kidding me. Oh no. What do you mean, no trains are stopping at Shibuya? The guy was red in the face. What the heck is going on? Aki felt compelled to stop and check things out. Calm down, old man. Aki ignored... We gotta keep going, right? Time is so utterly of the essence. We have to keep going, right? Time is so on the line. Aki would do A. Yeah, Aki would do A. You're right. If it leads to a bad end, you're right, he would do A. What the heck is going on? Aki felt compelled to stop and check things out. Calm down, Dad. The young woman with the man must be his daughter, then. How am I supposed to do that? You heard what that boy said. We have to get out of Shibuya right away. Whoa. Aki got a look at the young woman's face. She was gorgeous. He had the feeling he'd seen her on TV before or something. She was probably an actress, but he couldn't recall her name. Well, Aki muttered to himself, you might be pretty, but you're no Hitomi. Ooh. He's like the second person to see her and be like, wow, she looks familiar. I've seen her. Because Sasayama said the same thing, right? Sasayama absolutely accused him of dating a specific actress that wasn't the name we know her as, at least. Once more, he broke out into a run. Okay, so he didn't even intervene, he just was curious. There was a whole bunch of people walking in the direction of Route 246. Looked like folks really couldn't use the trains right now. Was this some consequence of Maria being infected with the Ua virus? Then he'd better hurry. We're the only people who can fix this. Yeah! With another cry to pump himself up, Aki bolted down the sidewalk, countered to the throng. That's where we hit the keep out? Nope, we get at least this far. Finally, he arrived at SOS's hideout. 2 young men were standing by the door as lookouts. Aki recognized one of them. It was a kid whose so-called buddies had tried to shake him down earlier that afternoon. They roused themselves as Aki approached. Hey, oh, he did send a lookout. Yeah, hey, I need to see Susumu. No can do. He's in the middle of something right now. The lookout's made no move to let him through. Aki felt a surge of resentment towards Susumu. If he'd still been with the SOS, he'd never try to post members on guard duty like they were low-ranking Yakuza thugs. Pushed again, I need to see him, it's important, I guess I'll have to do this the hard way. He would try to do it without hurting. I think he would absolutely do A. Initially, that's what I'm going with. Aki pressed again. Please, I need to see him. It's important. Just tell him Aki's here. He'll make an exception. The mention of his name, the two lookouts exchanged glances. Alright, I'll go ask him. One of the lookouts headed inside, leaving Aki alone with the kid he'd helped out earlier, but we know nobody came in to ask about Aki. So I don't know if that's the right path. Do they always stick you on guard duty? The boy didn't reply. Back when I ran with SOS, we never needed anyone on lookout. We were just a bunch of guys who loved Shibuya, and who had a fun time hanging out with each other. That's all it was, really. Not Susumu's fault the SOS changed, the boy said somewhat fearfully. Oh, it's Kiryu's. Lately it's Kiryu who's been driving things. Kiryu? Oh yeah, that guy. Aki recalled his earlier run-in with him. The guy was an arrogant bully. Kiryu's planning to steal Susumu's throne. What for? The boy took a nervous look at the door before hurriedly continuing. He's trying to expand SOS's influence, and he's got a lot of people on his side. Right now, the gang is kind of split into two factions, Susumu's guys and Kiryu's guys. Finally, Aki understood what was going on. The gang members had all been acting so weird because they were caught up in some kind of internal struggle. I think you called it, yeah, for sure. Kiryu goes around recruiting new followers by force. And if he doesn't like you, he dishes out punishment. This month alone, he sent 8 people to the hospital. Yeah, I can believe that. I'm actually shocked it's not higher. SOS is a total mess, man. This plan of mine might not work after all. Aki felt a sinking sense of despair. If SOS was ravaged with infighting, it was doubtful they'd heed the dangerous request he had for them. Kiryu versus Machima fight, yeah. But even still, I want to be a part of this gang, the boy muttered. Aki peered at him in surprise. Why? They shake you down for dues, stick you on guard duty? That's not a decent way to treat someone. I look up to Susumu. He treats me like he would anyone else, even though I'm way down at the bottom. And it's not just me. Susumu always puts the members of the gang before himself. That's why I want to stick with SOS. Aha. Well, that's it, huh? Susumu really had been trying his best, and the members of SOS, some of them at least, admired him for it and stuck by him. Thanks, Aki said. The kid gave him a dubious look. Aki didn't know if Susumu would help him out or not, but he knew it was still worth putting their disagreements aside in order to ask. The door opened, and the other lookout returned. Susumu says to come on in. Aki nodded and strode inside. Maybe it happened while we were distracted? Okay, we know how to get back at least. That was the right choice. And we know how to break back into there. Kawa. Time to jump to Aki Endo. All the way back over here. Yep, got that one coming in. Aki nodded and strode inside. The scent of alcohol and cigarettes washed over him. Susumu sat on the sofa at the far end of the bar. It was where Aki used to sit back in the day. What do you want? Susumu asked immediately. Aki walked up to him and then got down on his hands and knees. Huh? What are you doing down there? The hell is this all about? I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. The crowd around him flew into an uproar. Peals of mocking laughter rang in Aki's ears. And no, I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. Just some guy, huh? Who? He's an international terrorist trying to get his hands on some wonder drug for a killer virus. If we don't catch him, somebody I know is going to die. And that's not all. He might try to unleash the killer virus here in the city. Technically he already has. Susumu burst out laughing. Is this some kind of joke? You alright in the head there, Aki? The other gang members followed his lead, unleashing another storm of mockery. The laughter continued for quite some time. I don't think A is how he'd do it. I definitely don't think A is how he'd do it. I also don't think A would work. But I think if he came here to ask for this, he wouldn't start snapping at people. So I'm going B. Aki said nothing. He endured the ridicule and simply stared up at Susumu. As patiently as he could, he waited for Susumu to give the proverbial nod. Finally, the laughter subsided, and Susumu crouched down and got in Aki's face. Is that how you go about asking someone a favor? Susumu growled menacingly. If you have a problem with me kowtowing like this, I can apologize some other way, all you want. But don't you care that I just told you Shibuya is in danger? Aki's voice was unwavering. But face it, Susumu, this isn't Shibuya. Or isn't Shibuya the reason everyone here hangs out with each other? If you're telling me you don't want to keep our town safe, then I won't ask you guys for anything again. I withdraw my request. The two glared into each other's eyes. Then, before Susumu could reply, an odd man stepped between them. We can jump to Minorikawa. I have to try. It's probably just going to bring us back to his end, but like I have to see what that does, right? Right? Because there's no way we could get to this point. There... Yeah, we saw this bit though. Will they do a troll ending on us? They might. They might. Immediately jump to Aki? Maybe. But then we wouldn't have to jump back. We never hit a keep out on Minorikawa. We didn't have to jump to Aki. It is possible that with a different setup maybe it would have worked that way. It might just go to the same thing. Need people to bring a guy down? Yeah, we heard this, so it might just play out the same way, but I have to see. Listen to the young man's conversation. Okay, yeah, so it's the same thing. Terrorist plot, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let it, because we're only like 5 screens of dialogue away, I'm gonna let it play just to see, but like, that was unusual. It's possible if we started with Kano, maybe things would have played out differently, and maybe there would also, yeah, the music too. Yeah, but it's such a short amount of time to just go through, we may as well let it play out. And it's also, unlike the other two, a logical end for the character. But then why let us jump? It's a red herring, I guess? I don't know. It's just enough to make us waste a few minutes of time? Oh. Oh, they did, yeah. Damn, that's going back a ways. Okay. So it is still his end. I had to see. The curiosity was too strong. Okay. Well, we lost like a minute's time. Life goes on. An odd man stepped in between them. Sounds like you've got an interesting story. Yeah, we just saw that. Mind letting me hear it too? You again? Didn't you already get your interview? Susumu rolled his eyes. I think Grovels here might be telling the truth. The newcomer's face was all seriousness. It lines up with the information I have. Hey, Grovels, you got a second? My name's not Grovels, Aki growled. It's Aki. I'm Minoru Minorikawa, magazine reporter, and I know a bit about that stuff you were saying just now. The killer virus you mentioned is called the UA virus. That wonder drug is an antiviral medication, and the person you know who might die is Maria Osawa. Am I right? Aki was almost too shocked for words. How do you know all that? Minorikawa ignored him and turned to the SOS leader. Susumu, he said, something really is going down in Shibuya. What are you going to do about it, boss? Susumu bit his lip. He looked pretty conflicted. Sounds good to me, someone called out. Let's give him a hand. Aki turned to see where the voice had come from. It was Kiryu. There's no way Kiryu wants to help. You shut up, Susumu said with a glare. Break out of your rut, old man, Kiryu sneered. Or he's trying to egg him on, knowing that Susumu will do the exact opposite of what he says. Aki here is right. Isn't keeping our beloved Shibuya safe what SOS does? He slipped an arm around Aki's shoulders. You're okay with that, right, Aki? Me going against Susumu's orders to help you out? Kiryu's lips pulled back in a broad, unsettling grin. But first, we have unfinished business, you and I. I mean, I'm willing to lend a hand, even though you ditched the gang and all. But first we gotta settle our score, here and now. The last time we settled our score, didn't he straight up kill Aki? Like, he straight up killed Aki, right? You understand, don't you? Yeah, you're right. Kiryu grinned hungrily. It's guillotine time! What? A bunch of the gang members started up in eager clamor at Kiryu's pronouncement. In a matter of moments, Aki was grabbed from all sides and hoisted up onto a pool table. A dozen young men held down his arms and legs, positioning him so his head jutted out past the table's edge. This isn't how you get even. Yeah, he snuck up behind him and straight murdered him. Kiryu brought out a steel pipe nearly a meter long. It was caked liberally with dried blood. Guillotine, guillotine, guillotine. Yeah, they clearly want this to happen. Alright. The men of Kiryu's faction pumped their fists in the air, chanting madly. Kiryu licked his lips as if drunk off their cheers. Glancing on one side, Aki saw Minorikawa speaking emphatically to Susumu. It looked like the reporter was trying to talk some sense into the SOS leader. Oh, he has to go for sure. Man, today's my lucky day. I get to take the head of SOS's original... the head of SOS's original head. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Aki twisted his neck to peer up at him. Man, what point is there in taking my head right now? Oh my. You don't get it, do you? See, if I send you to the hospital, everyone in Shibuya is going to know my name. Everyone is Shibuya, and once I've got that big-ass sign over my head, I'll be able to unite this town under my banner in one fell swoop. Kiryu's eyes were crazed and bloodshot. And that's all the more reason for you to do as I'm asking. If you want to unite Shibuya, you have to protect it first. But if you think you need to take my head to do that, then go right ahead. Even if these guys were all like Kiryu, if this many of them actually showed up at the Scramble, they'd be able to do far more than Aki could hope to do by himself. The ultimate goal was to capture Alpha Red. Aki didn't care how they made that happen. He was just sorry he wouldn't get to see it though, through, to protect Hitomi to the very end. Everyone is Shibuya. Okay then, Kiryu brayed. The gloves are coming off. The thing is, I don't know if either of them is actually going to stop him. Like, I get the feeling neither of these is actually going to stop him. But he was already bracing himself, right? He's got to go A. But I think outside influence is going to stop this. Go on. Do it. Aki braced himself. Just make sure you keep your promise. Kiryu raised the steel pipe above his head, looking wholly like a man who would absolutely keep his promise. Then, before he brought it down, he flicked the tip of his tongue from his mouth like a snake. Wow. You dumbass. I didn't promise you nothing. Aki strained in sudden panic, but his limbs were pinned down too forcefully for him to have any hope of avoiding what was to come. Yeah. Even if we told him to stop, that would only have fueled him on more. But the steel pipe never struck home. Just when it was about to smash into Aki— oh, my bad, that was on me. Smash into Aki's head, Susumu grabbed hold of it. The hell are you doing? Enough of this crap, Kiryu. Susumu yanked the pipe from Kiryu's grasp and tossed it onto the floor. Kiryu stood frozen in surprise. A vein pulsed angrily in his forehead. You guys too, Susumu added, glaring at the others. Let him go. The toughs holding Aki down cautiously took their hands away. Kiryu let out a red-faced cry of rage. But we got unfinished business! Ignoring him, Susumu helped Aki slide off the table. Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Do you remember saying that? The words stirred up some bitter memories within Aki. Yeah, I remember. But you didn't grant me my request. No, guess not. That's why I'm gonna heed yours. No questions asked. Susumu held out his right hand. Susumu, you are— that'll make me the better man. Finally. Aki reached out and clasped Susumu's hand in his. Yeah, Aki said, letting his relief show on his face. You're quite the guy. Yeah, a petty reason, but you know, Susumu cracked a tiny grin. It was the sort of smile Aki had seen all the time back when he would run with SOS. Suddenly, Susumu staggered and dropped to the floor, falling too fast to even cry out. Kiryu had snatched the steel pipe back from the floor, striking Susumu from behind once his back was turned. To hell with this, he howled like a madman. SOS doesn't belong to you guys. Not anymore. I won't allow it. Aki didn't flinch. SOS doesn't belong to anyone, he said. It's not mine, it's not Susumu's, and it isn't yours. Just a bunch of friends hanging out, having a good time. That's the only reason we get together. Nothing more, nothing less. He turned and looked slowly around the room. Hey, you guys. Do you all get together because someone told you to assemble? Do you get together to follow someone's orders? No, you don't. Of course you don't. The bar fell silent. Aki could see the young men who surrounded him exchanging glances. They could tell that his words rang true. Ooh, Kiryu saw it too, and it only made him more and more agitated. Shut up! Enough with the warm fuzzies! Excuse me. Abruptly, he charged forward, giving the steel pipe a mighty swing. Aki managed to dodge the attack by a mere hair. If it had connected, the blow might well have knocked his head clean off. He quickly backed away. What's the matter? Kiryu taunted. How come all you do is run? The pipe crashed down into the bar top. Bottles of beer and liquor smashed and scattered. Come on, what's the matter, Aki? Kiryu slammed his weapon into the pool table, sending balls scattering around the floor. Oh man, he's gonna put like a divot in it? How are you guys gonna play pool? Some of them collided with Susumu. Ugh. Susumu let out a faint groan. Smirking at the sound, Kiryu stalked towards him. Speaking of unfinished business, with a gleaming grin, Kiryu took aim at Susumu's head, lifting the pipe up high. Stop! Before he could think better of it, Aki was rushing for his fallen friend. Heh, you dumbass. Without missing a beat, Kiryu shifted his weight and swung the steel pipe at Aki's temple. Aki responded with a fast high kick with his right leg. The steel pipe connected hard with his shin, but it was Kiryu who went reeling off balance. Kia! Aki pivoted and put all his might into a straight right to Kiryu's jaw. The blow struck home. Kiryu's head snapped back and he crumpled to the floor. There was a momentary hush of indrawn breath. Then the bar erupted in a wild clamor that practically shook the whole building. Absolutely destroyed. All eyes were fixed on Aki, marveling at what they had just seen go down. Heh. Sounds like folks were hoping for a little more of a fight. Susumu got to his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder. You alright? Aki asked. Mostly. Guess my shoulder took the brunt of the blow. The gang members from Kiryu's faction rushed to their unconscious leader's side. Aki shot them a steely glare, and they gathered up Kiryu and dragged him out of the bar. "I didn't go too far here, did I?" Aki asked Susumu. "Is this gonna cause trouble for you?" "No, I figured Kiryu would pull something like this eventually. Just a question of when." "Right. I'm sure he's gonna go gather up his own bunch after this. We'll probably wind up butting heads again." I think button heads is a understatement as to what just happened. Susumu didn't sound especially eager for that fight, but he didn't sound especially afraid of it either. Aki was still worried about a few things, but his friend had clearly grown as a leader. Anyhow, back to that story about you needing some manpower. Will the guys here be enough? There were around 30 gang members still in the bar. Aki looked at each of them in the eye in turn. Some he knew from back in the day, while others were fresh faces. "I was born and raised in this town. I'm fond of the friends I've met here, and this has always been a great place to have a good time. And today, right here in this town, I met someone who's very special to me. And I know this doesn't involve the rest of you, but I'm willing to protect her." Aki knew he wasn't doing a great job of getting to the point, but the members of SOS listened quietly. And so, it's like, he felt like a grade schooler who didn't know the answer to a difficult question. He fussed with his hair and frowned sheepishly. "Okay, so I'm not sure how to really put this, but Shibuya is a special town to me because of getting to meet people like that. And maybe... no... I mean, it's like that for you guys too. Don't you love Shibuya? So help me help this town." He bowed low and deep. "I want to protect this girl who means so much to me, and the city that means so much to me as well." I know my answer. Susumu clapped a hand on Aki's shoulder. "Listen up, everyone. SOS's original founder is back in action. He needs our help, and I, for one, am ready to follow him into battle. What do you say?" Susumu's people let out a hearty cheer. "Well, we got the manpower now. The plan's coming together. Still worried about Alpharad, but the plan's coming together." When Aki marched back into his home, followed by 30 members of his old gang, Hitomi and Kano were obviously overjoyed to see him. "We'll need that, but... oh, we can't do that one yet." Why can't we do that one yet? Oh, because I was supposed to take that jump. But I was like, no, we're seeing this through. That's why. Okay. Cool. Yeah, there was another earlier, yeah. Totally forgot about that. You guys got it, though. Their happiness raised his own spirits unexpectedly high. He felt a palpable sense of accomplishment. "Alright, detective," Aki shouted. "Let's do this." His resounding cry echoed throughout the workroom, and the gang set out for their scramble. "What's the matter?" Hitomi asked Aki as they made their way through the busy streets. "What's the matter with what?" "You look pretty pale." She peered good and hard into his face. "Do I now? Are you tired or something? I mean, you've kind of been going all out all day long, after all." "Nah, it's nothing." Aki kept his voice nice and bright. "Just a little hungry is all. Don't worry about me, or Alpharad either, okay? I hope he's not infected or something. I hope, because, like, Alfred easily could have infected multiple people. I hate your thumb and the M key. Yeah, no, yeah, my phone and my fingers don't agree either. "I swear I'll keep you safe," you told me. "Alright." Hitomi gave a tiny nod. "Just leave it to me. Alfred's got nothing on this guy." That screams death flag. He thumped his chest in a display of bravado, but he could feel the sweat building on his brow. Like, if he's just nervous or something, it's like, I get that. It's a lot to be nervous about. Hell, he easily could have died in that bar, like... And he ran both ways. When they reached the scramble, Aki took his place at the location specified by the battle plan Kano had drawn up. He told me he was only a few meters away. Whatever happened, he was in a good position to shield her from harm. There were 3 minutes left until the appointed rendezvous. Aki wondered what sort of person was going to show up. If it's Mr. Bossman, I'm going to be actually upset. legitimately, like, enough people have like jokingly called that I won't be dead shocked, but I will be actually upset, honestly. Still, he knew he couldn't scan the crowd too much. But also, it would be the person people would least expect, so I could see how there'd definitely be plot points that maybe they'd have to explain that wouldn't add up entirely, but he didn't act as natural as possible, so Alpharad wouldn't be suspicious. He risked a glance over at Hitomi. Maybe now wasn't the time for admiring, but he couldn't help but think how cute she looked. This is not the time, correct. In some ways, seeing her there felt similar to when he'd first seen her that morning, on the very same spot. The difference was that this time it wasn't just Hitomi's good looks that made him find her so attractive. They might have only spent a few hours together, but that time he'd learned a lot about her as a person. He knew what was important to her, what her worries were, her wants and desires. And also, he'd learned what a kind-hearted person she was. Aki recalled what had happened back in the workroom. Even though her own life had been in danger all day, Hitomi had shed tears for her father and his sister. She really understood people's grief and suffering. What do I do if I can't protect someone as good as her? Aki muttered under his breath, clutching his right leg. His shin was throbbing wickedly where the pipe had smashed against it. Oh yeah, that ain't good either. He'd been okay walking so far, but any intense fighting and the leg might just give out. But he couldn't let himself worry about that now. If it came down to it, he'd be a human shield to protect Hitomi if he had to. Aki looked at his watch. Only 1 minute to go before 7 o'clock. We're gonna get a cliffhanger, right? He glanced again at Hitomi and saw her eyes widen with surprise. We're gonna get a cliffhanger right here. Quickly he followed her gaze across the plaza. Into the keep out sign, he spotted a tall white man approaching. Okay. I don't feel like that's a description of boss man. Like that is distinctly not a description of boss man. Alright, so we have to take the earlier jump over here, go to Kano. So, I'm glad we're committed to finishing this tonight, because it seems like we're getting close enough. It's already 1:30. Alright, so he rushes out the door, and we go back to Kano. To Kano from 5 minutes ago. Yeah, good tunes. Aki's protests were vehement, but he backed down at last. Tateno would escort Canada and Maria to the lab. Cool, we knew that. Aki runs out the door. Also cool. That left 3 to try and apprehend Alpharad. Kano, Stanley, and Aki. Having only 3 people was a dicey prospect though, so Aki took it upon himself to head out and gather some backup. Yep. Tateno got the car keys from Daisuke. Excuse me. Then helped Canada pick Maria up off the floor. Kano watched him, wearily. There was no trace of the blood-curdling expression the older detective had shown when he was holding Maria at gunpoint. His face was that of a man with a responsibility. The Tateno that Kano had always known. Are you sure you're okay doing this? Hitomi asked Tateno. You might get infected. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. All I care about now is helping you two if I can. He hesitated, glancing down at the unconscious girl he held. By the way, have Maria's memories come back? Hitomi tilted her head. Her memories? I suspect she took a blow to the head when she was abducted. When I ran into her earlier, she didn't even know her own name. Well, she seems like the same sister I've always known when she came in here. Good. Then her memory must have recovered. Kano was shocked to hear that Maria had suffered amnesia, but it explained why she hadn't contacted anyone after she'd been set free. Alright then, Tateno said. We'll be back. Carrying Maria, he and Canada headed for the door. Detective Tateno. Kano called out, then paused, tongue-tied, when Tateno stopped. There were so many things Kano wanted to say, but he couldn't find the words for any of them. Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in. Teteno kept his back turned. The words were like a dagger in Kano's heart. Once this was all over, Teteno would no longer be a detective, but a criminal. Kano knew there was no alternative, but still the realization hit him hard. He'll no longer have access to his dictums that he could add to his dick diary. Detective Teteno, stop your dithering, but never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Kano snapped back to attention at Teteno's words. That was dick dictum number 1, the advice that had kicked off the whole dick diary. As a last-ditch effort, Teteno whips out his dick. Dictums. Teteno is absolutely yes. I'm not the one you should be worrying about right now, Teteno continued. We need to save Maria Osawa's life, and protect the people of Shibuya. Kano bit his lip. You're right, I know that, but I feel like A is probably the right way to go. It literally follows his number 1 dick dictum. Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to quash his emotions. Then we're good. Teteno gave a slight nod, and headed out the door. Detective Teteno! Just before the older man disappeared, Kano called out one last time, "Be careful out there." Kano gave him a silent salute. Kano gave him a silent salute. It was a breach of protocol to salute while in plainclothes, and without his cap. Still, it was the best way he had to let Teteno know how he felt. Hey, Birdie! Welcome to Red Land of the Chat. Thank you so much for the host. We powering through, yo. I'll leave the rest to you. Teteno okay. What? What? We gotta click it, right? We gotta click it, right? Okay. Kyozo Teteno gingerly flexed his right elbow. Where, time-wise, are we? Alright, yeah, 6 character time. Is it really, though? It is, yeah, they gave him another. I thought they put him in the same line as... Oh, man. We didn't jump too far back. It's like the beginning of the hour. I think? Oh, we actually jumped a ways back, didn't we? No, because we were already pretty far back. No, does that hurt? Asked the girl called Canada. No, I'm alright. Good thing I didn't kill you, she said, her tone matter of fact. You ought to thank that younger detective. If you hadn't stopped me, you wouldn't be here right now. Is that right? Teteno looked over at Kano. He was talking to Aki and the others about something. Okay, so it's right before Aki left. So it's, yeah. The last time Teteno had seen Aki, he'd been back at Tone's wake. He felt a strong surge of emotion, seeing how the boy had grown into a fine young man. Are you sure you don't mind driving? Canada's voice snapped Teteno back into the moment. Yeah, it won't be a problem. Back when she'd attacked him on the rooftop, she'd moved too quickly for him to even get a glimpse of her face. Now that he was able to get a good look at her, he was shocked by how young she looked. And yet there was a cold gleam in her eyes, a glitter of awareness with no trace of emotion behind it whatsoever. In his long career as a detective, Teteno had seen eyes like that before. It was a look he knew well, the look of someone who had killed, and had done so many times. Knocking away a little bit, there's a little bit of resemblance. So sorry about all this. Please look after my sister, Hitomi said. She bowed deeply. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Teteno would have liked to go on, to say that helping now was the least he could do to atone for what he'd done earlier, but he stopped himself there. Nothing he could say to Hitomi Osawa could possibly earn her forgiveness. Silently, Teteno lowered his head. His subsequent actions would have to make up for his crimes. He had to hope that this was possible. Canada, you look after my sister too. Hitomi bowed once more. You two know each other? Teteno looked at the two girls in surprise. Canada's my sister's friend, Hitomi said. I just met her for the first time today. What strange series of events could have transpired for Maria and Canada to wind up as friends? Cat's cradle. Teteno felt a prickle of curiosity, but now was not the time for that conversation. Daisuke reappeared. He had gone to fetch his car keys. You know where it's parked, yeah? He asked. Same as back in the day? That's right, over where we always hung out with Kotone back in grade school. All at once, Teteno was hit with a surge of childhood memories. The sky was a piercing blue. The droning of cicadas echoed in his ears. A refreshing breeze brought intermittent respite from the heat. During summer vacation, they spent their days here in the parking lot behind Daisuke's house. This oddly chill old man, yeah. As Teteno and Daisuke played near the stairs at the side of the lot, the blazing sun beating down on them, Kotone would always come along with some iced barley tea for them. The two boys would race to see who could drink theirs up the fastest. The cold and fragrant tea flowed down their welcoming throats. Most of the time it was Teteno who would finish first. Daisuke often wound up choking and spitting his out. Kotone would flash him a motherly and sympathetic smile. Then Daisuke would grin back at her, sheepishly, and fuss with his hair. That had all been nearly 40 years ago, but Teteno could have envisioned their smiles as vividly now as ever. They were his only fond memories of his childhood. Teteno took the keys from Daisuke, clutching them firmly in his fist. All right, he said. We'll be back. He lifted up Maria, and with Canada supporting her on the other side, began to head for the door. This is the final chapter. I don't know how close to the end we are, but it is definitely the final chapter, all things considered. It better be. Then Kano called out to him. Detective Teteno, There's a look of sadness in the younger man's face. Don't let yourself become a detective like me. Teteno had the words right on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. It suddenly seemed petty to trivialize the aspirations Kano had held on to for so long. That's all good, no worries. Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in. Once Maria's a what now? After he made sure that Maria got to the laboratory, he would cease to be a detective, and instead would simply be a criminal. In Japan, a charge of plotting to commit the crime of murder carries a prison term with a labor of not more than 2 years. But despite the failures that had brought him to this position, nothing he had said up until now had been a lie. Of that much he could be proud. Yeah, it's fine, I'm just poking fun at him. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. You could at least try to be the detective Kano had so admired until the very end. As Teteno left the room, Kano saluted him crisply. Ordinarily, a detective wouldn't salute in plainclothes or without his cap. The little breach of etiquette just showed all the more clearly how Kano felt. If Teteno hadn't been holding Maria up, he would have returned the gesture. Leaving Endo Electronics, Teteno and Canada carried Maria up a hectic Danganronpa. The parking lot was less than a minute away by foot. Before long, however, they found their way blocked by a veritable wall of people. It was a riot squad, with Kuze at the head. Oh no! A police squadron that carries out security and control activities in order to maintain or restore public order in the event of an emergency. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has 9 riot police units, along with a support vehicle unit. for a total of 10 such squads. These also comprise teams that carry out certain specific functions, such as the Explosive Ordnance Division and Chemical Defense Unit. We haven't at all. Director Kuze? Teteno, what are you planning on doing with that girl? What are you planning on doing with her? I already informed Kano that she's to be put under quarantine. If she's allowed to remain free, all of Shibuya will be in danger. Canada took a step forward. This is a riot squad. Right at the start of the game. Yeah, and since then... Oh, and we saw him ask whether we should tell Teteno's name... Not Teteno, Tanaka's name on the TV. Teteno could sense that she was about to move in for the kill. Easy now, he said softly. Wait. As skilled as Canada was, she was no match for an entire armed police squad. I'm not going to take all of them on, she murmured. I'm just going to take the man in charge hostage. Teteno swallowed. Capture Kuze and then run off? It could work. Considering the time limit they were facing, he knew that they had to find some way to force their way through here. Still, given how far they still had to go to reach the laboratory, he wanted to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. Give me 1 minute. No, just 30 seconds. Teteno turned and stared at Kuze. The two had known each other since their rookie days. Director Kuze, tell me, what is it that you believe in? What do I believe in? Yes. Weren't you always the one who said that you needed to put faith in your subordinates no matter what? Well, yes. Yes, that's right. Kuze's eyes wavered ever so slightly. In that case, put your faith in me. No. Put your faith in Kano. Kano? He believes that saving Maria Osawa will let us save Shibuya. He's doing everything he can to make that happen. Kuze's lips curled into a wry grin. Sounds like Kano, alright. Always thinking in such simple terms. Usually, the simple answer is the right one, sir. People like you and me overthink things. We make them more complicated than they need to be. Just consider for a moment. Will putting Maria Osawa under quarantine clear up this case? No, it won't. So long as we don't know how she was infected with the virus, we can't rule out the possibility that other people have been infected as well. Teteno kept his eyes locked on Kuze's. Director Kuze, right now, what we need to do more than anything is to get our hands on that antiviral drug. We need to be helping Kano. Please, sir. Kuze furrowed his brow and thought for a few moments, then shook his head. Teteno, buddy, come on. I can't do that. You gotta understand the position I'm in. The director's voice squeaked into his childhood register. Canada narrowed her eyes. What's this guy's deal? She whispered. It's hard to explain. But when his voice gets like that, it means... He was being completely serious. He was confused. Now was a chance to make a run for it. Yeah. He was confused. Now was their chance to make a run for it. Teteno signaled with his eyes to Canada, then got ready to sprint past Kuze and his team. He didn't get the chance to, though. Ugh. Suddenly, Kuze let out a pained yelp. Then, as Teteno watched in surprise, he proceeded to collapse onto the pavement. Ah, it hurts! He's clearly faking. Have I been infected with the virus too? The riot squad immediately rushed up to the director's side. As Teteno stood there, dumbstruck, Kuze secretively flashed him a knowing wink. Very subtle. That was a terrible performance, Canada muttered. Yeah, but it was a tour de force as far as I'm concerned. He couldn't let them go by, but... Inwardly, Teteno gave his boss a nod of respect. Slipping past the riot squad, he and Canada headed for the parking lot. Several members of Kuze's team hurried to chase after them. Don't follow them! Kuze cried out as he writhed on the ground. Everyone stay back! If you get too close to Maria Osawa, you'll be infected as well. The riot squad stopped in their tracks. Teteno and Canada took the opportunity to hurry out of sight. Darting through some narrow alleyways, they arrived at the parking lot. The area had changed since Teteno's youth. but some of the old air of nostalgia still lingered. There it is. He spotted the minivan with Endo Electronics written on the side. Toteno gently laid Maria on the back seat. She was still apparently unconscious. Once Canada had climbed into the passenger seat, Toteno hit the gas and sped off. We still don't know why she's unconscious. That's a little bit worrying. It's not the UA virus, so why is she unconscious? How far is it to the lab? Canada asked. Normally it would take about 15 minutes, but with this traffic it's hard to say. Toteno avoided the stop and go of Danganronpa, taking side streets as they hurried towards Shibuya Station. Police. Oh man, did they block off the ways? Once they re-emerged to the main thoroughfare, however, they spotted a checkpoint set up ahead. Happens to the giant ice stage performers? We haven't, but they're in the van. Had a rough day, could be any number of things. True. Also true, being unconscious super bad for you. Not as bad for you as the UA virus, but bad, yeah. Barricades and armored vehicles were blocking the road. The scale of the security effort showed just how grave the situation truly was. Toteno hit the brakes. What do we do? Canada spoke without taking her eyes off the barricade ahead. Toteno thought for a few moments before arriving at an answer. Talk the way through, find another way, plow on through. They ain't gonna talk the way through. I feel like plowing the way through is not ideal. I don't think we're gonna find another way though. But plowing the way through is absolutely gonna draw all attention to us and have everyone follow us. We gotta try B, right? They'd have to find another way around. Get in the back seat, Toteno told Canada. Why? I want you to hold on to Maria so she doesn't fall. A feisty grin came to Canada's face. You got it. It's gonna try some taxi man. Goodness. Toteno waited until Canada had made her way into the back. Then he threw the minivan into reverse and jammed his foot on the gas. He cut the steering wheel sharply to one side, a loud screeching filling the air as centrifugal force made the vehicle tilt. Then a patrol car came rolling out of a nearby side street. What the? Toteno reflexively jammed on the brakes. The police cruiser cut in front of the minivan, turning to head right towards the roadblock. Crashing into the barricade. Oh. That's Osawa, isn't it? Crashing into the barricade. It plowed on through, not stopping until it slewed up onto the curb beyond. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, no, it was a patrol car. I thought it was another car. Huh. The car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake. Oh, yeah, then maybe. The minivan barreled on through the checkpoint. Toteno wondered who in the world had been driving. Oh, the police cruiser. Toteno's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onwards. Were you able to break through safely? It was the voice. Even better. From it. DK breaking the barricade. Were you able to break through safely? It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Toteno had thought he was at the Osawa residence. That patrol car just now. That was you? A call came in from Task Force HQ, saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured, maybe, Kano was planning to take her to Okoshi Pharmaceutical, so I, thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Toteno, ha! Now that was quite unexpected. Oh, banana. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. I might have to do that. He let out a weak chuckle. Kajiwara, are you hurt? No, don't worry about me. Just please, help Maria. I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter, no matter what. He best not die here. If he... Toteno could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice. Yeah, no, I remember the sound clip. Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you. The line went dead. He best just be injured. If he's just injured, hell yeah. He'd crashed headlong through that barricade. There's no way he'd come out of that uninjured. Yeah, injury is understandable. He best survived this. I legitimately will be more upset if DK bites the bullet than Sasayama at this rate. And I'll be mad if Sasayama bites it. I'm sorry, Kajiwara, Toteno said to himself under his breath, and thank you. He bit his lip, then stepped hard on the gas again. So, I know we said tonight we're finishing this. And I'm not saying I'm not going to, but I'm giving us the choice. We now have an extra person, and the furthest we've made it with one of them is an hour left on that person. So we have 2 other people who still have a half hour to an hour left. I think we have a whole nother stream's worth of stuff here. Don't get me wrong, I got nothing to do tomorrow. I got no problem staying up till this is done if that's what people want. But this seems like a logical point to have another stream of it, if people want to stop here. It does seem like there's going to be a lot of time left. If we keep going, I'm okay with that. I'm going to have to take a 5-minute break to get up and stretch and grab a bite to eat. But I figured I'd pass it to you guys. I am still willing to power through. Honestly, I am, but I would need a bite to eat to refresh the ice in my drink and a bathroom break. But it really seems like there's potentially a full stream's worth of time here. Like, I was pushing on through when we were doing Final Fantasy VII Remake nights, so like, I can push through. But if people would rather it set up for a second night, this is the perfect time. We've got an either, we've got a don't be weak, we've got a winning is for winners. I don't know what I got to eat, I'll have to find something. Oh no, I can just get a... No, I got food to eat. So, is the consensus to power through, or is the consensus, you're kidding? I'm honestly good to power through. It just makes sense for people who might not want to be up till ungodly hours in the morning that would have to watch the VODs to catch it. Trying to keep going despite being going, but yeah. It seems like the logical choice is to push it off. Which is fine. Like, I didn't expect this much. And you going just like groggy? Yeah, no worries. You gotta be up tomorrow. The logical thing is to push it off. The archive is gonna be weird when I'm like, oh yeah, this is hell or high water, we're gonna finish it, and then it's like, it's not labeled as the final episode, but like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I don't want to wait too long. Sunday makes perfect sense for finishing this up. So, yeah. Tomorrow we're still gonna do Guilty Gear. If people show up for Guilty Gear, hell yeah. If people aren't feeling it, like, I know we don't have as many people have Guilty Gear, I'll just do solo stuff in Guilty Gear, like, but it's going to be Guilty Gear tomorrow. I know Potions was down for at least some matches, but like, if not many people show up for the multi... Oh, Grand Blue. Sorry, wrong G Arxis. Yeah, I absolutely meant Grand Blue. Yes, that's on me. I'm a little tired. That's the other thing, is like, at least with Final Fantasy VII going late, I don't have to read all of it. This is pure narration the whole time, which is great in first. It would start to get way more errors as time went on, but I meant Grand Blue. If we don't get a big turnout for Grand Blue, I can always do solo stuff and unlock more weapons and try out more characters. It will for sure be Grand Blue tomorrow though, and I'm gonna hard say Sunday is more of this. We didn't know there was going to be 2 extra hours after the hour we finished. I figured at most an hour. At most there'd be an extra hour. 2 extra hours? And another character? I am hyped for it. But I didn't plan tonight with that assumption. So, it seems like here's a good call-in point. A bit of a twist. Yeah. The game keeps expanding. Every time we stream this game, I'm loving this game more. It is a little sad that we're getting less of the humor now for the people who are just joining for the first time, But, like, I get it. The game is hitting those emotional beats, and, like, I get it. Oh, at this rate, I'll be legitimately shocked if we don't play as Hitomi for at least, like, a 10-minute stint or something. Now that they've opened up hiccups, now they've opened up the possibility of bouncing, I'll be shocked if we don't play as either Canada for a little bit, or Hitomi for a little bit. I'm definitely not ruling out the fact that Canada could be, or Stanley, you're right. I feel like that one maybe a little less, but I would have definitely said we were never going to play as Teteno. If somebody's like, oh, there's a 6th character you play as, I would have been like, oh, Hitomi or Canada. Never would have guessed Teteno. Ever, so I don't know how it could know. The game continues to keep us on our toes, which is great. I'm definitely not tossing out the idea that Canada could be, but like, all the info we know of Alpharad is tall, white, foreigner, associated with the CIA. But maybe that's just like his decoy? Maybe that's his Queen Amidala to his Padme? Maybe he's just got like a public face? I don't know. I'm honestly curious, Potions, because I feel like at least with what we've seen, her actions have been overwhelmingly good. Not to say I'm saying you're wrong, because there's always that possibility. But like, the hidden face? They kind of explain that away as her memory is not being fully back, but I will legitimately be less surprised and less upset if Canada is Alpharad than it will if Bossman's Alpharad. If Bossman ends up, like, if they pull that, I will actually be upset. Legitimately upset. Whereas, it would take a little explaining, but you're right. Why would they do that if we know who she is already? That's fair. And you're right. That's a valid point, Potions. And they could absolutely play into that if that is the reveal. It could be. And I wouldn't be necessarily upset about that. I'll be actually upset if somehow Bossman is like a mastermind here. I'll be actually upset. But yeah, that's what we got for now. I don't know who we're going to toss it to. Let's see who might be going. If anyone. There are some people, my stomach's also really growling at me, so I might just let AutoHost take it. AutoHost will almost certainly take us to Nightside, who is playing Monster Hunter right now. And I should do the actual raid, but it's like, whenever I raid somebody, then it's like, I gotta wait around for a few minutes to like chat, and like, that's always good things, but I'm actually, that's why I was gonna make the food run. I'm actually really hungry all of a sudden. Like, the past 5 minutes, it's really been like, Viper? Food. So I'm gonna let AutoHost grab it, which will probably grab Knight. If not, you guys should totally go check out Knight who's hunting right now. But for the short term, we got ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, hey look, a Shibuya quote, a Discord, and the only sound effect for this is still, it's gotta be, right? It's gotta be. I'm sorry we didn't finish it tonight. But at the same time, I'm still having a blast with this game, and I hope you guys are too. Sunday, unless they pull more, which they might, Sunday seems a logical, like, if I have to go over a half hour or an hour, I'm down for that. But if it seems like it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 hours left, that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, Dragon Quest. Indeed. But yeah. Thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. Definitely playing as Grand Blue tomorrow, finishing this Sunday within reason. If we somehow don't finish it Sunday, we're finishing it Monday. If we do, we'll probably just push whatever Sunday was going to be. Either Monster Hunter World or Super Robot Wars. I definitely want to do more Super Robot Wars. That's another one that we're really far into and I had a great time with. And every time we play it, we have a great time, but I just don't play it consistently. Well, that's just kind of my thought. Either way. Thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching, see you all next time.